Gumbush. What's going on? Oh. Oh my goodness. Oh wow. Oh wow. Oh wow. Oh. I have a kitty. Oh. He's so big. You know you're so big? You're like Cringer. Oh my goodness. Oh. Oh my goodness. Oh wow. Oh, that's good. He's making biscuits. Yeah, what up, everybody? Fucking settler violence. BBC News is such a fucking joke. Whoa. I'm feeling the melanotan kicking. Jeez, yeah. Oh, that just hit me like a ton of bricks. Dad, I need a loan, please. 57 months. Let's go. Mod status. I don't know, Aaron. You're not kind of around enough to be a mod, but we still love you. That looks interesting.
Hey, it's Mike here.
Would you ever debate Edward A. Goke? I don't know who the fuck that is. I've noticed a consistent pattern with these carnivore fucktards. They're all like skinny trailer park dumb fuck beta males. And they're genuinely, truly retarded. They cannot follow a basic conversation at all, and they don't actually know what the fuck they're saying. Do you think leg extensions are good for adding sized quads? Yes. I think they're underrated. They're a very good quad isolation exercise. They actually work the quad in a unique way that squats can't. So if you want full quad development, you should be doing them. And all the bullshit about it putting like extra stress on your knees and stuff, that's just nonsense. If you have any kind of irritation around your knee, I'd recommend wearing sleeves. You can even wear wraps. That usually resolves it. And just manage the weight appropriately. Like, don't do sets of fucking 5 on the leg extension. Do sets like, 15 or 20. Professor Dave is going to get clowned relentlessly until it happens. Oh, yeah. Well, like Destiny pointed this out, he's the biggest debate bro. Oh, you're a coward. You won't debate me. Everyone needs to debate me. Like, and then when he uploads this like bullshit retard dumb fuck video, I'm not debating anybody. Like, fuck Professor Dave, dude. Fucking dork. Who's this fucking jackass again? Edward A. Gork. Is he on YouTube? Are you serious?
The rest of it was an advertisement.
Like, why the just carnivore diet? Like, oh my god! And this faggot wears fucking glittery earrings. Like, what the fuck? I actually recognize him from somewhere. But I don't know where I saw him. I must have come across him at some point with these carnivore fuckwits, but
People are such pieces of shit for abandoning an animal like this.
let me take a look. Oh.
I'm Rosh, and this is Leo's story for GeoBeats. I wasn't the first person who tried to adopt him. He was already adopted out to another family before, but then he was returned because he talked so much. And yeah, they said he talked so much and that they weren't really ready to commit to someone like him that needed a lot of attention.
That's a special kitty.
Then they returned him, and he ended up with me.
Those are really good
The moment I
meows.
brought him to the house, for some reason, I was fully expecting that he was.
Doesn't sound like he was abandoned by the last family that just, couldn't handle him.
This video right here.
Yeah, I'd keep that cat. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Grey Knight, donate $2, so the fake natty community is getting all political now. Oh yeah. Great. Fucking Hassan. Add comment. Fuck Islam. Yeah, what should I comment? So, it's, it's one of those things. I'm a little skeptical if he's a lifetime natty. Like, there's not really any way to prove it. The thing is, I don't think the guy's using gear right now. He's just staying the same size and not... What flag is that? Is that the Iranian flag? No. He's Lebanese, right? Yeah, Lebanese flag. Let's see. Fuck radical Islam. Fuck radical Islam. You're just an anti-Semite that shills bullshit supplements like Turk. How come you're staying...
I don't care. Give him up just because he meowed too much is so scummy.
How come you're staying the same size pussy if Turk is like steroids? Why don't you try selling that shit to Hamas and How do you spell Hezbollah? Hezbollah. I try selling that shit to Hamas and Hezbollah. Maybe it'll help protect them from Israeli bombs. What a fucking asshole. Fucking Hussein Farhat's such a piece of shit. Fucking asshole. Dude, I want to drop that fucker on his head. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight. Yeah, I mean, like, especially since that cat is so adorable, those people just seem like dumb, whiny cunts, you know? Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Was taken in Germany. These two are Arab ladies, right? And in a second, you'll see a Muslim lady covered head to toe sitting right behind them, and she's upset.
Yeah, Trend Twins are doing that shit too. Like, same with Bradley Martin. He's promoting all that anti-Israel stuff. I don't know what the fuck it is with these fitness community faggots and the whole anti-Israel thing. None of them give two fucking shits about politics. None of them. So it's just weird that the whole Israeli thing is the one thing they end up talking about. And like I mean, if they cared so much about humanitarian issues and stuff, why in the fuck aren't they complaining about Iran mass murdering their own civilians? Why aren't they complaining about like the genocide in where was it? What's that shithole in Africa? Where like who knows how many people fucking died at this point? Sudan. Um, like there's been that civil war and famine in Yemen that's killed hundreds of thousands of fucking people. Like none of them give two fucking shits. It's all about anti-Jew hatred. Like when Muslims are killing other Muslims, like, oh well, whatever. It's just what Muslims do, you know, Sunni Shia, you know. But then, oh, Hamas attacks Israel. Israel fucking claps back. Israel genocide. Fucking, it's up to 700K now. Holy fucking shit! Last I checked, it was like in the 300,000s. That's fucking crazy.
That they're not wearing the traditional clothing of Muslims.
Dude, I took like a 2-day break from Melanotan. Just because I ran out a little bit. I ordered some more. I only took 0.5 milligram. Holy crap! I'm really feeling the facial flushing bad.
Have a look.
العراقية والله احنا شو بعدنا نهار بوس ايس الناين بوس شتوتغارت
لا بس ما يصير بالبوس تصورين
ها بس احنا ما مصورين
هاي شو تسوي لايف؟
نسوي لايف
مي خايف سوي بيتكم بغرفتكم
احنا حرين حب الشارع شارع الله شارعك قابل
The Muslim ladies complaining about them not wearing a hijab and shit.
بالبوس هاي اماكن الله يقدها قومي قعدي هناك يا
ما
دادا
يعجبني اقعد هناك
او احنا ما يعجبنا عيني اللي هنا عندك مشكلة ثاني شهطول
احترمي نفسك احسن لك
اي يلا اوكي
اوكي
You know what annoyed me too? Jeff Nippard was promoting that lying fucking Palestinian guy living in Gaza. He was making that series of videos saying he's starving. I don't think he's lying that there's food security issues. He was talking about having to pay a fuck ton of money for like rice and stuff. And he was doing like some vlog series where he was trying, like he was into fitness and he was just doing calisthenics. And he was just showing what he's eating daily during this whole Hamas Israel thing and, you know, crap like that. He was claiming he was only getting like fucking like 600 or 700 calories in a day when he was clearly getting far more. And he was tracking his weight loss and like estimating his caloric deficit. And the numbers didn't make any fucking sense. He was saying he was in like a fucking 1,500 or 2,000 calorie deficit, like on average daily. But then after a fucking month, he only lost like 1 or 2 pounds. So how the fuck is that possible? Like, so, and then Jeff Nippard was promoting this fucking retard. And what's funny, it even defeated like their whole fucking narrative. This guy was saying like, everything was fine in Gaza before the October 7th attack. He mentioned that in like some interview saying, you know, life was pretty good. They were getting like plenty of food. Nothing was really wrong. So like this whole, you know, open air prison, Israel's suppressing them, you know, crap like that. Like he was saying like, no, everything was fine. Like I was getting by, like no problems. He didn't have anything to complain about.
اوكي
احفظ العراقيين اذا اجوا محسوبين عليهم
اي يلا طاح
زباله
Well, I don't know. She just said Zbale, which I think means
Official number is 377K, 600 to 700K is extrapolated. I see.
trash, but I'm not sure. She clearly doesn't like the fact that they're not covered, right? She doesn't like the fact that they're dressed like this with their hair out and like showing some intimate.
Yeah, fucking dumb Muslims. Apparently this guy's alive right now.
This is what this is, and guess what? A little bit of Inception going on. Now I'm going to do that to you. Because I suspect you have no idea what the hell you're talking about. But, again, I'm sure we'll get into it.
I platform on the DHSS's own website.
Right, well, okay, so use AI to get real answers about real food. I would suspect that that is trained on information that they put in. They're not.
Oh,
just
this guy
making a
uses
blanket statement
AI
about
too, just like that other
you're now being
dipshit.
intellectually dishonest, or you're actually just stupid.
Unfortunately, as we'll see later in the video, its advice is a little suspect, and
Right. So there's still problems with using it. I wouldn't really use AI to. By the way, just so you know, this is a little bit of an unfair comparison here. I understand.
Why
It's
does it say
tongue-in-cheek,
one
whatever.
watching now?
And it does prove a point. It's not that it doesn't prove a point. However, it's a little again intellectually dishonest because obviously these people would be using it more responsibly as it's intended to be used for.
Is this
Of course,
pre-recorded or
this thing
something?
is, you know, it can mess up quite easily, especially whenever you ask it something so
What the fuck
absurd.
is this?
So I think there's a little bit of an unfair comparison, and I think that you know that as well. So is this supposed to be an entertaining video, like a humorous video, or is this designed to be an educational video? A little bit of both is fine, but you know, I don't know what the balance is here. So I suppose we'll find out as we continue.
no,
I genuinely don't want to debate this guy. He reminds me so much of that other dipshit, Face IQ. Like I just don't take this shit serious. Like, this guy is such a scrawny, pathetic little fucking weakling. And then he's like acting, carnivore's so good, Oh, jeez. He has Bart K on. Mr. There's no evidence cigarettes cause smoking or heart disease. Yeah. Oh, man. He's got a tiny following, too. Like, this guy's really not worth my time. I recognize his face. I've seen him somewhere, but I don't know if I've ever seen any of his actual content. He might have been on somebody else's channel or something. Based Bodyworks likes abusing young men. How I be claiming model while simultaneously having extreme hate for the industry for trying to make good-looking 18-year-olds S-U-H, for glory. Unironically, I'll forever be big industry's enemy. Is that like, is he saying people pressured him to like perform sex acts? I don't know what he means.
I was about to make a joke video that Base Bodyworks was sponsoring him, and the reason that he fell off was because he didn't want to go to the CEO's party and play with all the looks maxing boys. But I mean, he kind of admitted that that's actually what happened. And as silly as it is to joke about, it says something about the character of these people that own these businesses. They feel like they're entitled to everything, and they use their wealth and power to take advantage of people sexually. And that's really what the modeling industry is in general. And I wish
That's true. He's not wrong.
people didn't glorify modeling so much, because, you know, all the people that own the modeling agencies,
They're gay, degenerate weirdos. That's who runs the modeling industry.
are like distasteful billionaire weirdos. And modeling is just being taken advantage of for your looks for very little amounts of money. They don't make.
I had a friend who theorized the reason why the modeling industry really likes very, very thin, skinny girls, you know, that are flat, they don't have like big boobs or anything, is because it's run by gay men. And they find women who look more like young boys, very skinny, flat, not really any curves, more attractive. So it has nothing to do with them looking better in clothes or anything like that. It's just the industry is run by gay dudes, and they're making like some kind of aesthetic judgment that would make sense for like a gay guy who would prefer a girl to look more like a young skinny boy.
Thinking of stitching this video and explaining like all these girls do is drink Starbucks and party.
No, I haven't given up on 007 First Light. We're still gonna play it. It's fucking terrible. Like it's kind of in the so bad it's good category. Like it's so shockingly awful and hard to imagine anybody making a game like that, and it keeps getting worse. Like the last mission we were on, it was literally just walking through a series of fucking hallways. Like, it's bad. If you're playing it on your own, you wouldn't really want to do it, but it's kind of like hilarious experiencing it when, you know, you're streaming it.
Every night. So that's part of the reason they don't look that naturally attractive. And someone actually said in the comments, if they health max, they wouldn't need all that. And if you think about it, there's a lot more guys that are athletes, that are exercising, that are following healthy diets. And the main thing that girls don't do.
It's funny Frank is saying this when, how many plastic surgeries has this guy gotten? Like, he got the eye surgery that fucked him up, the double jaw surgery, he's gotten implants, fillers, like around his cheeks, lips, all this shit. And then he's saying, oh, if women were healthy, they wouldn't need to wear all that makeup. Buddy, how much fucking fillers and like plastic surgery and shit have you gotten over the years, dude?
Is they don't eat enough protein. And protein has B vitamins, amino acids, and all.
Protein's protein. It doesn't just contain B vitamins.
The things you need to look attractive.
Frank looks like Tim/Spaghetti in this.
Sorry.
Oh,
Hey, how's it going?
How are you?
Sorry. Good to see you.
Yeah. What happened to your face, man?
What?
It's like all bloody up there.
Oh, this is a surgical implant. Steven didn't want to do the green screen for the sequels,
Right,
knock on wood, cross fingers. And so I had this thing done
You know, he kind of does. The hair is very similar.
a couple days ago.
So it's permanent.
Permanent, yeah.
You just wear marinara.
Spaghetti, thank you.
Come on, for the camera.
Yeah, thanks for that donation, VG.
A lot of these girls, they like being vegetarian, they like being vegan, they only have Starbucks every morning, and the problem with these high sugar coffee drinks is they deplete your body's B vitamin stores.
They do not.
And then they're all anemic. They don't eat a healthy, balanced diet. That's why they need so much makeup, you know? That really underrated thing. The health dietary difference between young men and women.
Women are retarded with their diet. That's why they have like higher rates of fucking eating disorders and shit. But yeah, it's not just that they're eating plant-based. They just eat stupid. I'm looking orange. I don't know if it's the... Where is it? Is that more orange? Huh. Yeah, why am I looking orange? I just took melanotan, and I'm getting the facial flushing. I think there's like a lot of blood flow. I'm really feeling it. My face kind of feels like it's burning, sort of. So it might be that.
13 minutes straight of Sneeko realizing that what he signed up for by being an Islamist is maybe not.
No, I'm not really eating any carrots. Yeah. I think it's just the melanotan I just took. I didn't look this orange yesterday.
Not what he thought he signed up for. Here's an amazing clip with David Wood, apostate prophet, friends of the show. We love them very much. Don't co-sign everything they say, all right? But we do love them, and I respect the shit out of them for doing the work that they do. Let's take a look at these two and see how they expose Sneeko for being the idiot that he is.
What's the chapter and verse of that?
Matt, verse 39.
What's the chapter?
I don't know.
he doesn't even know what the book of Matthew is, right? He says Matt. He doesn't know that's an abbreviation. Matt is an abbreviation for Matthew, and he's saying Matt verse 39. So he doesn't know that there are chapters. He just says Matt verse 39. And he doesn't, it's Matthew chapter 5 verse 39. He doesn't know any of that. He's claiming, I was this Catholic. He doesn't even know the Gospel of Matthew. He doesn't know what that is. He doesn't know that, he doesn't even know the name of it, let alone the contents, but he doesn't know the name of the book. And he's talking about how he saw these problems with Catholicism. He doesn't know the basics of the basics.
There's so many different versions of the Bible, bro.
What other versions of the Bible are there, Sneak?
There's so many, bro.
Okay, tell me some.
Okay, let's look up
what versions of the Bible are there.
Yeah.
We have the King James Version, the English Standard Version, the New American Standard.
He doesn't even really understand that they're not really different versions technically. I think the King James Version, that is like these books are translated from a different language. So the King James Version is like a very weird literal direct translation. And it makes it so a lot of the verses don't actually make any fucking sense in English. But they're saying, like, they're basically all saying the same thing though. There's nothing where there's completely different, like, fucking stories or anything like that. It's not like if you interview two people at a crime scene and they give you a completely different breakdown, like, oh, this person shot first, oh, that person shot first. They're the same. It's just they're translated a little differently.
The New English Bible.
You know the funny thing about all those different versions, Sneaker?
What?
They're all just different translations, buddy.
But it gets worse.
Dude, he literally blacked out and just like had a dum-dum. That's hilarious. How would he not know this?
Most people haven't read the original version. Have you heard of the Council of Nicaea?
No one living today has probably read the original version of the Quran. There used to be like, what, over a dozen versions?
Then why can't Christian nut jobs understand this?
I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, they're all retarded. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
There's been a lot of chapters that have been removed, and the Bible's been tampered and manipulated with a lot over the years. Well, they did remove the...
Yeah, just like the Quran. It wasn't... there were, like, 4 or 5 common versions of the Quran floating around, and I think it was Egypt that ended up trying to destroy all the... all the versions and keep one. Like, that's why there's this idea going around that there's only one version of the Quran. Like, there used to be like over a dozen or something, and up until fairly recently, like talking about the 1900s, there were 4 or 5 common versions being used.
The Council of Nicaea from the original Bible. A lot of people haven't read those parts of the Bible.
I watched Hassan's lifting video with Abdul El Sayed. Hassan is not strong for his size. Abdul is actually pretty strong compared to Hassan. I didn't see what Abdul was lifting. It looked like they were doing a bunch of dumb exercises. But yeah, Hassan's extremely weak for his size. Like, shockingly, surprisingly weak. The guy also, just plain and simple, doesn't train hard. He's like a pussy. He trains like a fucking chick who's just afraid of weights.
Everybody knows that about the Bible.
The Council of Nicaea was removed from the Bible.
There are over 30 different versions of the Quran today, literally now. They lie that it's all uniform. That's interesting.
That was my favorite book, man. Council of Nicaea. Now, when I'm getting down, I just like to read the Council of Nicaea in my Bible. But then someone took out the Council of Nicaea from my Bible.
Why did they remove it?
Hey, AP, you're familiar with this, right? Like, if someone says I was a former Muslim, they want to give you like a test of how much of the Quran you've memorized. They want to give all of these tests on how faithful and devout you are. They want pictures. If you're a woman, they want pictures of you in full burqa and so show us the evidence, blah, blah, blah. And here you can have someone who...
I think there are real truth into the Quran onto human life. These people are destroying. Okay, well, since you can't put a proper sentence together, I think you might just be retarded.
does not know the most fundamental base. It's just, oh, you know, I saw a picture of Jesus in a painting once, so that's why I reject Christianity. But someone who thinks that the Council of Nicaea was a book in the Bible, and they'll parade him. You say, hey, look, the devout Catholic left Christianity.
Yeah, he knew Christianity was bunk, right?
Council of Nicaea. What are you saying? There's a book called the Council of Nicaea.
Yeah.
There's not no book called the Council of Nicaea.
No, it's not a book, but there was a council that removed parts of the book. Not a whole book, but it's.
Look, now we got dueling Sneakos, right? You got dueling Sneakos because that was the new Sneeko. That was the update Sneeko who knows, correcting the dumb Sneeko from a couple days earlier or whatever.
It's not a book, but there was a council that removed parts of the book. Not a whole book, but it's.
Yeah, look at
he's saying it as he's googling it. Yeah.
Yeah, one of the original.
It's funny how these Muslims act like Christians are so dumb and yet defend the Quran.
Yeah. Like, if you're gonna criticize a religion, it's, like, the only sane position to take is to be an atheist. Or at the very least, a follower of Crom. That's the only religion that makes any fucking sense, even remotely. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Do you still do bulking cutting cycles? Not exactly. What do you think about people saying you can gain in a deficit and bulking doesn't matter? Well, you can gain in a deficit. Guess what? Tren is a very fucking powerful drug. So's testosterone, so's Anavar, so's Masteron, like, so's growth hormone. So I've been getting leaner week to week while in a pretty sharp deficit, but my body weight hasn't changed. So that is a dead giveaway. And like people are saying I'm looking bigger too. So that's a dead giveaway. I'm building muscle at the same rate that I'm losing fat. So yeah, if you're on drugs, you absolutely can gain in a deficit, even a pretty steep deficit. You can even build muscle naturally in a deficit, but like if you're an advanced lifter, it's probably not going to happen. Like you don't need a big caloric surplus to actually maximize muscle growth. They've calculated this. It's only like 120 calorie surplus or something. It's tiny. Like really, really, really small. So, if you manage your diet appropriately, you can gain like minimal body fat while gaining muscle. And again, it's that much easier on steroids, especially with nutrient partitioning. The nutrient partitioning effect steroids have. So, like I'll say this, there's plenty of naturals that try to stay lean and gain muscle, and they just completely stagnate. Like if you're in that situation, then like clearly, and everything else is not a factor. So like you're getting enough sleep, you're training hard enough, you know, all that. Then clearly you need to eat more. I think there's probably some factor where some people may need to eat more and like bulk harder in order to gain muscle mass. But yeah, you do not need a substantive caloric surplus to actually, you know, maximize muscle growth.
Video, he's saying it's not a whole book, so it's part of a book. But then him on the other side, he's saying it's not a book, it's a council. Now that's the corrected the corrected version, because we have two Sneekos on the screen.
So as you just heard, Sneeko rejects the credit.
Bro, what type of Oblin preach Christian channel is this, man? Are you...
he just said the Council of Nicaea is a book or part of a book that was removed from the Bible. John posts that, and then he freaks out.
He was quiet for 3 seconds. Debunked? Silence doesn't mean debunked. That means that we're figuring things out and having a convo.
Now, for anyone who knows literally anything about church history, they know that the Council of Nicaea is not a book, but instead it's a It's a council.
Yeah.
That's a good reaction.
People also tend to know that the Gospel of Matthew is a book in the Bible. They don't think it's Matt. Oh, it's from Matt. It's Matt. Matt, verse 39. The Council of Nicaea.
What do you think of agnosticism of God? It's kind of retarded. It's like being, I don't know if Santa's real or not. Like, it's just fucking stupid. Like, you really have to genuinely ask yourself, like the fact that you have to ask or question whether or not a God exists. Like, what is a God to you? Like, if you're claiming God is like some all-knowing, all-powerful, benevolent being, the fact that you even have to question whether or not that being exists, like, it would be like he'd be omnipresent, he would be defeating all evil, like, he'd probably be very visibly and consciously present in your fucking life. I don't see any reason why he'd hide from everyone, especially when he's fucking omnipresent. So, like, it's just stupid to fucking have a position. I'm not sure, like, again, if God, if you define God as that kind of being, if he existed, you'd know he existed. It's just fucking stupid. Stupid. So, yeah, agnosticism is just fucking dumb. If you take God to be just like, I don't know, some weird fucking magical fairy tale creature that doesn't give a fuck about you and is just somewhere in the universe, like, okay, great. I'm sure there's like some magical dragon somewhere on fucking Pluto. What the fuck? Like, at that point, it's like, why are we using this word God?
Had nothing to do with the canon of Scripture. They had nothing to do with establishing the canon, which means they had.
By the way, I'm just noticing the meta of this reaction video. Can you notice how many people are in? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm number 6. Hi. 6.
I think it was just dumbass.
Okay. Absolute legend. Hello, you absolute legends. Just over 2 years ago, in June of 2024, the YouTuber CoffeeZilla was sued by Logan Paul for defamation. The lawsuit arose from claims from CoffeeZilla that Logan Paul had scammed.
What's your thoughts about Morocco invasion of Spain? They should be shooting all these people. They're coming there illegally, absolutely flooding in to Spain. They should do what Poland does and just shoot these people.
His audience out of millions of dollars with his CryptoZoo game that never eventuated. CoffeeZilla is one of my favorite YouTubers who does amazing work in investigating all sorts of scams, especially in the crypto space, so I was heavily invested in the outcome of this lawsuit. In my opinion, the lawsuit was terrible. Logan Paul is a public figure, which means that any defamation claim he brings forth must establish actual malice.
Well, Mage Johnny Toller's low. Since we're talking about Sneeko, he replies to a tweet and then deletes it, but he doesn't realize that the internet watches everything regarding to the mass of migration in Spain. You've seen it? No. The rest of Europe next, inshallah. Oh my god. We already knew Muslims of Sneeko's kind only want to expand and take over, but hopefully the retarded pro-Palestine Spaniards finally get it now. Yeah, really. By the way, if this happened in like wherever Sneeko lived, where a bunch of crazy dumb fucking migrants flooded into his city, he'd change his tune very fucking quick. Nobody wants these people. There's a reason these people aren't going to a Muslim country. There's a reason why Muslim countries don't want them. So it's just horseshit.
It's just like David Bowie said, there's a starman waiting in the sky. He would like to come and meet us, but he knows he would blow our minds.
I don't think so. Yeah, I don't believe that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Yeah, Sneeko's a moron. Thanks for the donation, Willmage.
Meaning that CoffeeZilla would have had to have either known that what he said was not true, or at least entertained serious doubts. And I just do not get the impression that CoffeeZilla would have knowingly lied when he accused Logan of perpetrating a scam. Not only do I think that CoffeeZilla is not a dishonest person, but he even clearly outlined the reasons behind his claims in multiple videos. I also think that the conclusions CoffeeZilla came to were reasonable given the evidence. So for him to be sued was a huge injustice. Logan Paul has an estimated net worth of $150 million. Getting sued by someone with this much money is extremely devastating financially, and based on the docket of the lawsuit and the amount of filings, this easily cost CoffeeZilla hundreds of thousands of dollars. Hundreds of thousands of dollars of damage for coming to reasonable conclusions. I fear that this might go to trial, as that's what Logan publicly claimed that he wanted.
This is why I brought it to court, because it was the only way to get the truth out there, not some manipulated, twisted version of the truth by a couple of content creators looking for clicks and trying to win over the court of public opinion. I'm going to try to win in court, and that's what I intend to do.
But fortunately for CoffeeZilla, it appears as though the two parties have come to a settlement and the lawsuit is going to be dismissed. I believe that if the lawsuit did go to trial, Coffee would have won. But trial is extremely expensive, and avoiding it was certainly his best option. Even if he did win, he still would have lost. You don't get your money back in America when you defend a defamation claim. He may have earned some internet clout, but everyone has already made up their mind about Logan Paul. The outcome of the lawsuit would have likely changed nothing. Really, I'm just happy that Coffee doesn't have to endure this lawsuit hanging over his head any longer. And I'm happy that he no longer has to continue to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars just because Logan Paul is a bitch.
The legal system is so fucking retarded. It's just crazy how, like, some rich person can just fuck with you like this.
But I do want to make something extremely clear. Even if you or I think Coffee was correct or justified in what he said, it was still
People on Instagram are saying your cranium got bigger, sure. Just like how I've aged 15 years and, what's the other one? Oh, I've been going bald for the last, like, fucking over a decade I've been on YouTube. People just talk shit, dude. People were making the Megamind joke, like, back when I first started my fucking channel. Like, it's...
extremely.
I also love how, like, every time I get angry or something, oh, roid rage, like, it's, like, people are just stupid.
Risky. And this lawsuit was the proof. If you make serious accusations against someone, especially someone with money, they can sue you, and there is absolutely nothing you can do to avoid losing a ton of money. And while this might seem obvious, I don't think people truly appreciate the full scope of the danger. Prefacing your claims with words like, "in my opinion," or even writing a disclaimer in your description saying that this is just your opinion will not save you. It certainly didn't save Coffee. This is something that even the most famous lawyer on YouTube doesn't seem to understand. Legal Eagle made a video about Coffee's lawsuit, and not only is it incredibly wrong, but it is also incredibly irresponsible and negligent. So today, I'm going to explain why CoffeeZilla could not escape his lawsuit without suffering extreme loss, and why Legal Eagle's video
I'm taking nicotine lozenges
regarding the lawsuit was very, very stupid. Now, Legend, I'm going to give you 3 pieces of advice that are going to change your life forever. 1. Learn new skills. 2. Learn new skills. And 3. At least try it out. First, we need to re-establish the exact statements that Logan sued Coffee over. There was a tweet and 2 videos, which have since been deleted after the parties settled. But within those videos, Coffee made direct claims that Logan Paul scammed people, and the videos highlighted the fact that the amount of money that was extracted by Logan's alleged victims was in the millions.
6 months ago, I investigated CryptoZoo, a scam created by Logan Paul and a team of criminals, and a dude named Jeff, which ultimately resulted in millions of dollars being stolen from fans.
This is not a small accusation. According to the Texas Penal Code, which is the state where the lawsuit was filed, theft of more than $300,000 is a first-degree felony, and the punishment for a first-degree felony is no less than 5 years imprisonment and can go all the way up.
Donate $3. Let me see.
Israel is the one thing since 9/11 that I've seen everybody rallying around. Get off our.
Yep.
We're tired of paying for your education. We're tired of paying for your universal health care. We're tired of paying for your Iron Dome. We're tired of paying for your
The United States doesn't just blanketly pay for the Iron Dome. Israel pays the United States for those rockets.
missile defense. We are a cow pasture for Israel. We're tired of fighting your
So I was arguing with somebody on Instagram over this, like some fucking pro-Palestine fucktard who's going on about how I'm college educated. Ew, we give too much money to Israel. Since 1948, when Israel was founded, the U.S. has only given Israel something like $320 billion in aid. That's mostly military aid. In comparison, since 2022, the U.S. has given Ukraine about $195 billion. So within 4 years, the U.S. has given Ukraine 2/3 of what Israel has gotten in the last 75 years. So it's so disproportionate. We give Israel literal fucking peanuts, and the U.S. Gets back a lot more money and just useful shit in return. So again, Israel is extremely important for a lot of technological resources the U.S. uses, a lot of the spying technology that the CIA and everything uses. A lot of that's come from Israel. And again, that's invaluable for U.S. intelligence and espionage. Israel buys American arms and equipment. Israel tests American arms and equipment for us. So that's an expense that the U.S. doesn't have to fucking pay. So this whole narrative that, oh my God, we give Israel so much fucking money, we don't. The U.S. gets way back in return for what it gives to Israel.
So what if that guy on Instagram is in college? If he thinks that makes him smart, then he is sadly mistaken.
Yeah, if anything, it's a red flag. It just means he's being brainwashed in some commie bullshit. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
wars. We're tired of dying for your causes.
What does he mean Americans are dying for your causes? What are you, a fucking retard?
And everybody sees that the United States of America is nothing but a cow pasture full of cattle to send tax money and fight the wars.
This is just the most genuinely stupid fucking take imaginable.
Trita, your reaction to that?
Look, I gotta tell you, amongst a lot of former...
Oh, look, pathetic weak beta male. Yeah, his opinion matters.
Officials, amongst a lot of former military servicemen, I've come across perhaps not as colorful of a language as we saw here, but the sentiment by no means is at this point unusual. This is not a fringe opinion at this point. This is an opinion that is widely shared. And I think this is one of the things that folks on the left also did not pay.
Okay, well, that's great. I don't know why any of these people's opinions matters. Oh, this guy agrees with us. Great, that's nice. That has nothing to do with anything.
To 99 years. If it were true that Logan intentionally scammed his viewers out of millions of dollars, he would be facing years in prison. So when Coffee repeatedly says things like this,
Logan Paul is refunding people he scammed if they promise to stop suing him for the vastly larger amount he may owe them. And honestly, I'm conflicted because on the one hand, victims getting money is always great. And I'm proud that our investigation led to some real-world consequences. But I can't pretend that things are fixed or fine for people who entrusted me with their story when that's just not true. So here's the real, more complicated story in 3 parts: the refund offer, the zoo tokens, the lawsuit, starting with the most important part. And if you get one thing from this story, this should be it. These are the estimated damages in CryptoZoo, $18.5 million, which comes from a combination of ZooCoin and NFT sales.
This is extremely risky. Coffee directly says that Logan scammed people and that those people were victims. And then he immediately follows this by saying that the damages of the scam was $18 million. Now, I need to stress that Coffee may be correct in what he is saying, and I think he really believes that what he is saying is true. But the problem is that these accusations are so serious that if Logan wanted to sue Coffee, the cost of these statements would be extreme, and there was absolutely.
Let's face it, they only agree with him because he's a Nazi. Like they are.
Yeah. Well, obviously. They're even platforming people like Nick Fuentes and Candace Owens, who they previously called Nazis. Like, it's just a complete joke. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Absolutely no way to avoid a long and drawn-out lawsuit if that's what Logan wanted, which is exactly what happened. And I need to explain where people seem to have the wrong idea.
Buddy, nobody cares about your dumb schizophrenic bullshit and your dreams where you meet Jesus or something. Like, shut the fuck up. You're just a fag.
Listen to how Legal Eagle explains Coffee's statements.
Not to mention, this seems to be a classic opinion based on disclosed facts about the type of person that Paul is. In fact, they all seem to agree on the underlying facts that CryptoZoo was in fact a scam. The only difference is that Logan Paul is claiming that he was also a victim of bad developers as well, and CoffeeZilla says that when you put your name on something and you run the whole project, the reputation is yours. Logan Paul doesn't like the implication, but you can't force your opinion onto someone else. In fact, CoffeeZilla could probably write another tweet saying that Logan Paul is the type of
Yeah, I'm not wasting my time debating some retard who says dreams prove God exists, like as if I'm gonna waste my time on that.
person to sue you for defamation when you exercise your First Amendment rights.
Legal Eagle seems to be under the impression that these statements Coffee made were just his opinions. But this isn't how defamation works. Legal Eagle seems to be confused by the legal meaning of the word opinion, because it doesn't mean what he appears to think it means. In 1990, there was a very famous US Supreme Court ruling in the matter of Milkovich v. Lorraine Journal. The Lorraine Journal published a column implying that Milkovich had committed perjury. The trial court dismissed the lawsuit because it believed that Lorraine Journal's statements were protected opinion under the First Amendment. However, Milkovich appealed all the way up to the US Supreme Court, which reversed the trial court's dismissal and allowed the lawsuit to proceed. The important distinction that the Supreme Court made clear is that saying something is just your opinion does not protect you from a defamation claim if what your opinion is a statement of fact that can be verified. The Supreme Court stated in their opinion, if a speaker says, "In my opinion, John Jones is a liar," he implies a knowledge of facts which lead to the conclusion that Jones told an untruth. Even if the speaker states the facts upon which he bases his opinion, if those facts are either incorrect or incomplete, or if his assessment of them is erroneous, the statement may still imply a false assertion of fact. Simply couching such statements in terms of opinion does not dispel these implications, and the statement, "In my opinion, Jones is a liar," can cause just as much damage to reputation as the statement, "Jones is a liar." The Supreme Court held that it doesn't matter if the Lorraine Journal actually held the opinion that Milkovich committed perjury. The accusation of perjury itself is a crime that is susceptible to being proven true or false. And therefore, it is no longer just an opinion. It is a statement of fact. Therefore, the First Amendment protection that applies to opinions is not applicable. In the description of Coffee's videos, he placed a disclaimer saying, "This video is an opinion and in no way should be construed as statements of fact." And Coffee's legal team tried to use this disclaimer to argue that the video was just opinion and therefore should be protected speech. But the judge rejected this argument, stating, even if the disclaimers were more prominently on display, however, they would not materially change the factual nature of Coffee's assertions. Merely calling a factual assertion subjective cannot make it so. If it did, then no assertion, no matter how defamatory, would be actionable so long as the defamer labeled it subjective. Similarly, simply couching statements in terms of opinion cannot render an otherwise verifiable statement of fact into one that is not actionable. And the judge cited Milkovich. This entire notion that if you just say, in my opinion, before accusing someone of a crime that you're going to be protected is completely false. It doesn't matter if it is your opinion. If your opinion is that someone committed a crime and you make that claim publicly, it is not protected speech. And Legal Eagle's claim that accusations of criminal scams are protected under the First Amendment as long as they are your opinion is not only false, but it's dangerous. Because if people believe that, they will be a lot more loose with their words and may get into trouble. The reason it's so important to understand that serious accusations aren't opinions is because of how they play out in a lawsuit. If your claim really is an opinion in a legal sense and the court agrees, you can get a lawsuit dismissed very early. Normally, at the very start of a lawsuit, you can file a motion to dismiss. In that motion, you argue that your statement is protected opinion under the First Amendment, and if the judge concurs, the lawsuit could end right there. But if the judge finds that your statement is not just an opinion, that it can be verified, and that it is a statement of fact, the court will not dismiss the lawsuit. And now you're trapped in a legal battle that could take years and hundreds of thousands of dollars to defend. Legal Eagle claims that Coffee is allowed to have the opinion that Logan is perpetrating a scam, which is obvious. You can have whatever opinion you want. It's the public statement that's the issue. And he also says that it's not dispositive that Merriam-Webster defines scam as a fraudulent or deceptive act of operation.
Moreover, the whole complaint basically admits that CryptoZoo was broken beyond belief, which most people would qualify as a scam, but Logan Paul just claims to be a victim of his own developers. Now, it's not dispositive, but Merriam-Webster defines a scam as a fraudulent or deceptive act or operation.
Dispositive means deciding. So Legal Eagle is arguing that just because Merriam-Webster says the word scam means a fraudulent act, that doesn't mean that when Coffee uses that.
Honestly, it is disgraceful that the Young Turks would sell their morals just so they can get China's money.
I don't know if they're getting any money from China, but again, like you're seeing the shift towards this crazy anti-Israel opinion, because I think a lot of these online content creators just see that's where like the money is. There's a lot of people who want that kind of content. So it's a way to grow their audience and get more ad revenue and shit like that. It's that simple. I haven't seen any evidence that they're actually getting directly paid from China. Sort of like how Tim Pool was getting directly paid by Russia, but, you know. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
That word, he actually means that definition. Ironically, however, the judge in the case literally pointed to the Merriam-Webster definition as justification for why Coffee's statements were defamatory, saying, "The word scam meets the legal definition of defamatory, as it is reasonably capable of defamatory meaning in both its noun and verb forms. As a noun, scam means a fraudulent or deceptive act of operation, as per Merriam-Webster's dictionary." The judge also clarified all three of Coffee's statements were verifiable, i.e., sufficiently factual to be susceptible of being proven true or false, again citing Milkovich. Coffee accuses plaintiff of having orchestrated a scam through his CryptoZoo project. In other words, that plaintiff committed fraud. Seriously, on what planet is accusing someone of scamming their audience out of millions of dollars not defamatory? Of course it is. Arguing otherwise is ridiculous and delusional. Truth is a defense to a defamatory claim, but it doesn't make a statement not defamatory. So Coffee's statements can be defamatory in the sense that they damaged Logan's reputation, but they can also be true, which would be an affirmative defense and he would not be liable. But to argue that his statements would not damage Logan's reputation at all, however, is demented. Legal Eagle goes on to state that courts have held that using the word scam is not verifiable, but doesn't cite a single example of case law.
And while things that are labeled as opinion can sometimes give rise to defamation, they still need to be a verifiable fact. And there's actually case law applying the word scam in the context of a cryptocurrency scheme. And courts have decided that using the word scam in the context of a cryptocurrency scheme is generally not a verifiable fact that can be proved true or false. But even if you could, it would still qualify as an opinion.
This is purely a trust me bro statement. He also says that people use scam for different reasons, implying that it's not a criminal accusation.
And that makes sense. We call things scams all the time when there's an outcome that we don't necessarily like. Logan Paul asserts that you can only use the word scam to describe something where they intentionally intended something to steal money from someone, but that just doesn't jive with the regular definition of scam that we use all the time. Though it might actually apply in this case too. We don't know.
But obviously the context matters. If I say the current price of a McDonald's cheeseburger is a scam, which it totally is, the use of the word scam in that sentence is so vague that it is obviously opinion or hyperbole. The exact mechanism of the scam isn't explained, so it doesn't come across as a statement of fact. Likewise, if I simply called Logan Paul a scammer, that could also arguably fall into the realm of opinion, because I haven't specified what the scam was, who he scammed, how much money he scammed, and what the exact transaction was. But if I say Logan Paul scammed his audience out of this exact amount of money through this specific scheme, now that is a completely different story, because now each of those elements can be tested in court and proven true or false. And that is exactly what CoffeeZilla did. Legal Eagle also bizarrely contradicts himself. Logan sued Coffee for defamation per se. The per se element is a more serious defamation qualifier where the statement is so defamatory that damages are presumed. This means that you don't even need to specifically plead special damages in your complaint, which Legal Eagle does correctly point out.
Now, Logan Paul alleges that CoffeeZilla's tweet is libel per se. A defamation or libel per se describes statements which are considered to be so harmful on their face.
Yeah, honestly, the CryptoZoo thing was so fucking stupid. Like, if you lost your money, you're kind of asking for it.
The plaintiff doesn't need to prove special damages, that they can get by with basically no damages and still file suit.
But then, 2 minutes later, he goes out of his way to say that Logan Paul will find it difficult to prove damages.
And Logan Paul cites the mean tweets as proof that his reputation was ruined by CoffeeZilla's scam comment, but number one, he would have a very hard time proving damages.
But that is the entire point of defamation per se. You don't need to prove damages. You might be able to get more damages if you can prove them, but you don't have to prove damages in a defamation per se claim to have your lawsuit survive. I am not going after Legal Eagle just for the sake of it here. He is seriously downplaying the risk of making these kinds of public statements. I agree totally with Legal Eagle that Logan's lawsuit was pathetic, performative, and a terrible thing to do to Coffee. But his legal analysis was really bad. This is genuinely irresponsible from a lawyer with so much reach. This video has 7 million views, and what he is saying is verifiably false. And I am particularly sensitive to downplaying the risk of getting sued because I have had first-hand experience. And incorrectly thinking that you have a defense that you don't actually have can be devastating. And ultimately, that's why accusations of crimes are so dangerous. Because 1, accusations of crimes are not protected opinion, despite what Legal Eagle incorrectly claims. Crimes, by their very nature, must be verifiable, or you could never be convicted of the crime. And 2, because accusations of criminal activity are defamatory per se, the plaintiff doesn't even need to demonstrate damages. And that is why Coffee only ever had 2 exit paths. One was to win at trial, which he probably would have, but that probably would have cost north of $8 million. Or he could have simply settled. And this is why I think Logan and Coffee finally settled now. As I said at the beginning of the video, I think if this went to trial, CoffeeZilla would win. And I also believe that he would have deserved to have won. I think he would have had a very good chance of employing a successful truth defense, and at the very least, he would be able to show that he genuinely believed his statements were true. So this would have made establishing actual malice very difficult. And I have a hunch that Logan Paul believes this also. Despite what Logan publicly said, I don't think Logan really wanted a trial ever. There is literally a class action lawsuit still pending against Logan for CryptoZoo. It would be extremely difficult for Logan to convince a jury that CoffeeZilla knew for
That also might be why he ended up agreeing to a settlement, because if he's already getting sued and this goes to fucking trial, then anything that's brought up in the trial could be used against him in the other suit.
Sure that what he said was false when there is a class action lawsuit with 140 plaintiffs suing Logan over the exact same thing that CoffeeZilla accused him of. Logan never stood a chance to win, but I don't think that was his motive. I believe that Logan knew that regardless of the merits of CoffeeZilla's claims, he could still force him to incur hundreds of thousands of dollars in legal fees, and then right before trial, he could simply settle quietly. And if I were to guess, I would suggest that Logan may have been making an example out of Coffee and using this lawsuit to send a warning to every other content creator out there that he is willing to pull the trigger. And in his video announcing that he was being sued, that's essentially what CoffeeZilla said.
So this defamation lawsuit feels frivolous even on the surface. But if you dig deeper, there's an even more compelling story, which I personally believe, where the goal is to crush new investigations while taking revenge on old ones. In this version, Logan might not even care about winning. Legal battles are expensive, and in the world of money, he's got me beat. So he can try to silence me by weaponizing the law. He can sue me.
Dude, Logan Paul is one of the most immoral pieces of shit I've ever fucking come across. Like, just what a complete jackass.
Just fixing a section of my airless tire. You can't buy airless mountain bike tires. The ones we do see look like science fiction, and none have ever made it to market. Yet, I was able to make these at home on my 3D printer, and here's the kicker. They don't feel that bad. Oh, this might be too compliant. Wow. They work. They absorb bumps just like a real tire, and they are totally puncture proof. They're not brake proof though, not yet. These are, after all, my first prototype, and we can solve many of these problems. So why hasn't a big company with real engineers and better materials brought an airless mountain bike tire to market? Why haven't viable designs from as far back as 2012 become available for purchase? Do Maxis and Schwalbe have a dungeon full of these people? Am I next? Well, I'd have as much to lose as they do since I am part owner of Click, a valve company. I even put them on my airless tires to stop them from rotating. But if a viable airless mountain bike tire did hit the market, I wouldn't lose sleep over it. There's more to it than just cost and performance. Road-going airless tires are totally viable. Consider this, they are more expensive and lower performing than standard tires, yet that doesn't stop people from buying them. Something like a rental bike is designed.
Yeah, but still not as amoral as these pro-Palestine fuckturds.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Yeah, at least he's not trying to advocate for like just killing Jews. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Designed for long maintenance intervals. Downtime is lost money, so more expensive airless tires are worth it even for a performance penalty. Might the same thing be true for mountain bike tires? Well, that's why I decided to build my own to settle this once and for all. I started with some inspiration, the science fiction-like prototype, but still not what I had in mind. Then there's Outside Brendan, a friend of mine. He made a real knobby airless tire that fits a standard mountain bike wheel. It's the only one I've seen that's truly for mountain bikes. He actually mailed it to me. You can actually see it survived his testing, and this is a rear wheel. Rear wheels take a lot more abuse than front wheels. His tread is printed on TPU, which is tough and pliable, kind of like rubber. Then this orange part is foam, which you can see he sandwiched between the tread and the core. Now that core is a harder material, but here on the damaged part, you can see he used a lower infill to save weight, material, and to add some compliance. That's a word we'll be using a lot today to describe things that bend, mush, and compress. Overall, the science fiction tires they tease us with, the ones we never get to try. But I noticed something else. At the junctions between the links, there was a glaring oversight. The thick vertical pillars joining the segments together were actually worse than the X's. I had created something that would comply in some areas and be totally rigid in others. Not good for a mountain bike tire. I not only need to abandon these X's, but also try to make the segments join differently. You might have experienced TPU on a flexible phone case or something like that. This is more similar to a skateboard wheel, so it's not tacky and cushy. But on future iterations, I could opt to use a different TPU for the knobs. And you can also see that these sections are fastened together with basic screws. No metal nuts or anything. They're easy to take back apart and effective enough for a prototype. A working prototype.
Pro-Palestine people honestly deserve to be vulture food.
Yeah, they do. I agree. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
You can't see that I'm pedaling uphill here, but what I'm amazed by is how good the traction is. I'm honestly astonished. I haven't had the wheel slip yet. Let's go up this little rock. On that first ride, I started off taking it real easy, but my tires were working, and the crazy part is they didn't feel nearly as bad as I thought. They actually felt kind of good. Really high pressure, and this felt much better than that. The traction was hit or miss. Definitely worse on rocks than it was on dirt, but overall, it was better than I thought. But then I started pushing these tires a little harder. Like this one breaks, then the next one starts to break, and it's just gonna bleed over into the other tires if I don't replace this section, and I brought a spare. One thing I'm being super cognizant about is collecting pieces if it breaks. This is the one piece that broke off so far, and we replaced it. Do not want to leave this on the trail. It's just plastic, and that's not good. My S-spoke design had some issues, but they were exacerbated by the top screws pulling out. Something I kind of worried about before I even went for the ride, but I prepared for that possibility. I would change in the next iteration. But as my rear wheel kept taking damage in different spots, I noticed the same was not happening up front. Not one thing happened to the front. The front's perfect. Sure, riding something faster and more technical would likely break the front as well, but it did confirm what most mountain bikers already know. The rear wheel of a mountain bike takes a lot more abuse. Slightly lower performance, but completely immune to punctures. This is the same commercially viable formula for road-going airless tires sold. Filled with sealant is still slightly lighter than my airless tire. But it is true that even the burliest mountain bike tire with added protection can still go flat. But now, we're not talking about punctures. Punctures are the least of what the hardest riders are worried about. They are smashing their rims on square-edged rocks and tearing their tires to shreds. Sometimes they're blowing the rim to pieces. There's no reason to expect that an airless tire would fare better in the actual circumstances that cause mountain bike tires to go flat. So it's not that a viable airless mountain bike tire is impossible to make, it's that the problem it solves, punctures, isn't that big of a problem for mountain bikes, which would totally explain the timing on the energy return wheel. In 2012, when these video clips of the energy return wheel were taken, tubeless mountain bike tires with sealant were increasing in popularity and have gained more traction every year since. Today, mountain bikes sold at Walmart are tubeless ready, so it's not that big mountain bike tires we're out there testing.
Still a cool idea.
Your delts aren't bigger than your chest, and you struggle to build wide and round delts like I do. Shoulders and traps are the topic today on this episode of Between Two Dumbbells. Development. You will not see a pro, even a physique pro, men's physique pro, without incredible rear delts. And it's odd because when you think about it, I always put so much focus on side delts. Well, I gotta get wider, because my clavicles are so narrow. There's truth to that. But then I had these meaty side delts with these tiny little rear delts and little anterior front delts that wouldn't even cap over the top of my side delts from a back double by. Right. So then I started looking at it, I'm like, well, if I was to put oil in any of these muscle groups, it wouldn't be my side delts, it'd be my rear delts and my front delts to be able to round them out. So that side delt is still a priority, but it's the last workout of the week. And no one puts their priority muscle groups in the last workout of the week, or shouldn't. Anyway, there's one rule that I think there's always exceptions, make no mistake. But I think we can accept that that's kind of like, I need bigger legs, I'm going to train them last day of the week. Nah, that's not how we're doing it.
So what's funny, back in 2010, it was the second or third week I ever worked with John. He made a comment in an email that said, you know who a good bodybuilder is by the rear delts and their hamstring hanging from the side.
Oh, he did. He just said the same thing? No kidding.
And,
okay.
And I wrote that down in my notes, and I'm like, motherfucker, I'm going to get that. You just wait. I didn't say it out loud, but in my brain, I buried that little nugget. And I remember going to Ohio with him one day, and like we were going through posing and things, and he's like, man, your hamstring drop and rear delts have come up so much. And I told him, I was like, You told me it's a sign of a good bodybuilder.
In the back. No, it's from the side. Thickness. You're not showing necessarily detail in a side chest or side tricep. You're showing bigness, smallness, bigness.
Correct.
It's a X. It's just from the side. Come on, people, get with this. And it's funny.
Go ahead, sorry.
There's no issue. Everything is warm and ready to go. Rear delts, I've always said that there's.
What's up, VG? Following you for a minute. You changed your stance on many things. Just normal. Can you admit you were a little retarded on the COVID bullshit? Nothing's wrong about admitting you made a mistake. You're acting like a wacko back then. What specifically? Thanks for the donation, dude.
And today, heavy metals and more, because a very recent German study just came out and it did an analysis of the levels of heavy metals, some mineral elements, and other elements, comparing vegans, vegetarians, and meat eaters. To spoil it a little bit, the meat eaters had twice the level of mercury as the vegans, and we're going to analyze that, as well as the other findings in terms of things like cadmium and lead. And this appears to be the most comprehensive study on this topic. This is something I've wanted to know the results of for a long time, so let's go. Really quick though, I'm finally doing it. I'm finally gonna do a trip to Thailand, all vegan of course. It starts on January 18th, 2020.
Thoughts on Larson press for chest? You're probably gonna just use more shoulders and triceps if you're doing Larson press.
27 and is going to be in Chiang Mai and Pai in the north of Thailand. It's going to be very nature and cultural mountains and more. So if you're interested, you can just, there are probably less than 40 vegans in that city and I was one of them, but now we have 3 groups of either 40 or nearly omnivores, and they looked at 12 different elements. You can pause to read here if you want to nerd out. And yes, we are looking at urinary levels here, or pee. So if that's your thing, you're in for a treat. If it's not, bear with us here. We've got to stay in it for the science. And looking at this table, we can see that the age is pretty low. We're talking about people in their late 20s or 30s. The vegans had an average dietary adherence time of 4 years. But then I will say the vegans are a bit less physically active than the other groups, which is unacceptable. But let's get right to that mercury result, because I think it's pretty important. This is something.
And speaking of vultures, VG,
everything that we've been told about communism has been a lie. How can anyone still believe the lies when everything that we've been told about what happened under communism regimes is happening right now under a capitalist regime? Haven't seen 40 million starvation deaths in the U.S., so thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Something that I've been concerned about for a while, but I never really had an actual number to point out. I was just like, hey, fish, especially certain fish, are a source of mercury that you don't have on a vegan diet, obviously. Well, as they say here, quote, compared to omnivores, vegans, but not lacto-ovo-vegetarians, had lower mercury at minus 48%, which is half the level, essentially. Now, in terms of the actual levels that those meat eaters had in the study, they weren't insanely high, but it's still true that lower mercury is better. It's safer. There's no like safe amount of mercury that you want to intake besides 0. But there's a point I have to make here about measuring urine levels of mercury, which is really fascinating because you might think, was it the case that vegans looked better because it was urine? The opposite is true, because when it comes to fish mercury, 90% of it goes through bile acids and is pooped out, and only 10% of it goes through urine. So this could be the tip of the iceberg for way more mercury exposure from fish in these meat eaters. And this is where people go, oh, well, I always eat the low mercury fish. And yeah, there are some that are certainly low, but it is worth mentioning that, at least in the US, from some reports, we can see as high as 70% mislabeling in fish when you actually do a DNA analysis. So it's like, what are you really getting? You don't know. Like, you think it's some fancy high-end fish, but then you never know. It's probably some bottom-feeding rockfish grouper radioactive hybrid. All right, now we're gonna whip onto those arsenic levels. Not to be confused with the arson ick, is when you go on a date with a guy and he's really into arson and you get the ick. That was a lame joke, but somehow I've never heard anybody else make it. They claim that they are the second study in existence to look at arsenic levels in a group of vegans. There was another study from Norway, they say. Are vegans getting high levels of arsenic from all that brown rice, as I've been warned about? And they found, quote, overall lacto-ovo-vegetarians and vegans exhibited a lower arsenic burden than omnivores or meat eaters. So at least in this population, they aren't getting so much brown rice that's from toxic areas in particular to give them high levels of arsenic, which was definitely a scare maybe like 5 or 6 years back. Arsenic itself is, of course, a carcinogen. You want it to be low. One cutoff I see around is 20 micrograms per liter in urine. And we can see that there's 5 or so people in the meat eating group that are over that 20 mark. Ouch. But what dietary or lifestyle exposure might a German have here? And this is where maybe this isn't as big of a concern as you might think at first glance. And that's because arsenic also can come from seafood in a form that is only peed out. That's arsenobutane. It's an organic form of arsenic, and it again is peed out without harm. However, that tends to be about 90% of the arsenic in fish. So hey, there could be other arsenic in the fish that is more harmful. But this is maybe why, going back to that original Norway study that they referenced, vegans only had 1/7 of the levels of urinary arsenic as pescatarians, who of course are getting fish. So that's a huge difference. And even then, if it's 7 times higher and 10% of it is the wrong type of arsenic, still the fish is probably doing some damage. We also have dairy as a potential source of arsenic as well, so they could be getting it from that. But those lacto-ovo vegetarians were also lower. They ate more dairy, so likely not that. However, historically, chicken has been a high source of arsenic, but not anymore, especially in the EU. So yeah, probably fish. Either way, it isn't a good thing to have more arsenic, and especially when they don't distinguish which type of arsenic it is in the urine. We don't have all the information. It's just better to be lower. And who knows, maybe these arsenic levels have a minute contribution to how vegans from that recent meta-analysis had a 22% lower risk of all.
Watching Mike the Vegan? I thought you didn't like him and refused to watch his videos because you're a retarded child and disagree with him on his take on plant-based diets reversing coronary artery disease because Dr. Avi convinced you to?
Yeah, I don't particularly like the guy, but whatever. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
All cancers combined. All right, now we have to ask who takes the lead lead. Well, thankfully in Germany, maybe they're better about keeping lead out of their food because everyone was pretty low. However, we can see a trend of the vegans being slightly lower than the meat eaters. Who knows? And maybe they fail to be statistically significantly lower because of just this one person who appeared to be lead maxing in the vegan group. Maybe they were slamming down some of those like vanilla contaminants.
I would kind of suspect lead to be higher.
Are there any new compounds you have been thinking of adding to your bed stack?
No, not really. I might just swap out like Tren for Anavar or something, but not really. Thanks for the donation, Andrew.
Contaminated protein.
Kind of depends on how long I'm gonna end up dieting for, but yeah, no.
In powders or something. And this is where I'm like, man, I really wish we also had a data set of people in the US because there might be a little bit more lead floating around in our soils, etc. It's not quite as clean of a food supply. At least I have been led to believe. Anyway, we can move along to cadmium, where we did actually have a difference here. Again, low levels across the board, but we see that vegans are actually a little bit higher here. And one of the concerns there can be kidney function, but we've seen great results putting people on a plant-based diet.
Not convinced by Dr. Avi's arguments. His entire position is basically that the current evidence isn't sufficient to clinically prove plant-based diets can reverse plaque buildup. I think there's sufficient evidence that implies it is likely. I haven't actually seen any evidence that any kind of treatment or intervention reduces plaque burden. So, like, again, it's possible that you can reduce at least soft plaques. Like, I'm not so sure, though, because, again, they embed inside the arterial wall. I don't know if there's any kind of mechanism for that to get cleared out. So at least with soft plaques, I can see a plausible case, but yeah, so far, I don't know of any intervention or treatment that has actually done that. Thanks for the donation, though, 21st.
For chronic kidney disease, for example. I haven't covered this study before, but a very low protein vegan diet compared to a dialysis control for people with chronic kidney disease resulted in a 3.5% higher absolute survival percentage for that vegan group, which translated into 22% lower chance of death, though that was a trend that was not statistically significant. We need to repeat it. And we have a lot of people stating that they have reversed their chronic kidney disease on a whole food plant-based diet as well. Very interesting. Studies like this one recommend it. I looked around at what possibly could make vegan cadmium levels a little bit higher. It could be from a higher whole grain intake from places where there's a bit of contamination. It can also be if there are some people that have a lower iron intake that can end up absorbing a bit more cadmium, kind of competes for the same channels. And then we have a bunch of these other elements that were not statistically significantly different. For example, aluminum.
Why don't I like Mike the Vegan? He's just kind of dishonest.
Cobalt, copper, covered lead, molybdenum, nickel, thallium, tin, and zinc were similar between groups. Nickel is interesting to me because I did a response video to a woman probably 8 or even...
Did you hear what's happening in Spain, VG, with migrants? Well, yeah.
Como vecina de Ceuta ya podéis ver que la seguridad brilla por su ausencia, nos sentimos desamparados, nos sentimos totalmente abandonados, estamos paralizados.
Like, by the way, notice all these fucking migrants, they're all men in their late teens, early 20s. They're not fucking refugees. They just found out that they can get to Spain, they'll be given free money. It's this fucking commie retard shithole run by liberals. So that's what they're fucking doing. Like, if I was running this country, I'd just do what fucking Poland does, and if these people start showing up like this, just shoot them. They're not allowed to be there, they're coming in illegally, just fucking shoot them.
Paralizado una ciudad completamente entera, están todos los comercios locales cerrados, no podemos ir a Comasca, no a Ciudadanos, si tengo ganas.
It's absolutely crazy. It's a literal invasion. Apparently, there was a court ruling in Spain which made it harder for them to deport migrants who arrive via sea, and that's what caused the human traffickers to flood these Spanish enclaves with migrants who are trying to enter the EU. Yeah. That's exactly what happens. They find out, oh, I can't get deported, and I'll get free money, and then they go there. That's liberal policies for you. So, yeah. Thanks, Dodo. Analysts at Israel-funded think tanks argued back in April that Israel should help Morocco take over Ceuta in order to punish Spain. Yeah, I'm sure it has nothing to do with Spain's migration policies. Israel bad. It's funny how they always find a way to blame Israel for everything. So much misinformation being spread about what's actually in Spain. Migrants are not swimming or taking boats to Spain's mainland. Ceuta is a Spanish enclave on Morocco's northern coast. There's a coordinated effort by Morocco's government, seen in the video below, transporting migrants in trucks to Ceuta. Morocco's government aligns with Israel and the U.S., so these efforts most likely aim to punish Spain for supporting Palestine and oppose the U.S. and Israel's war against Iran. Yeah, I kind of fucking doubt it. Yeah, I love the anti-Israel fucking stupid horseshit. I don't even fucking understand how this would benefit Israel in any way. Like, are they actually that petty? Here's, like, oh, you support Palestine? Here's a bunch of dumb immigrants for you. Like, I don't know. Thanks, though, Dodo. On the bright side...
Why not Tren or in Jake 11 instead of Tren?
Why not M-Tren? What is M-Tren? YK11's a stupid fucking drug. There's no evidence that YK11 is a fucking, what is it? The idea behind YK11 is it's supposed to suppress myostatin. There's no evidence that it actually does that. And it's the only SARM that's actually technically a steroid. SARMs are supposed to be non-steroidal, and I think they have like an HCG backbone or something, but YK11 is basically just a fucking steroid. So if you're using YK11, it's really just a fucking steroid. It's probably just doing what a steroid does, bonds the androgen receptor, causes gene transcription, shit like that. And again, it's not as good as Tren. There's less research on it. People report a bunch of fucking side effects anecdotally. No one's really getting jacked on it. I know Vigorous Steve likes it, but it doesn't have all the benefits of Tren. It doesn't build as much muscle. It doesn't have the fat burning effect. It doesn't have the anti-cortisol effect. It's just not as good. So why would I take just a worse steroid that doesn't have much research behind it? Thanks for the donation, Andrew. Dodo. Wait. On the bright side, at least it seems like even the socialist prime minister of Spain is taking action against this, and apparently a lot of migrants left. Okay, why are the subtitles in French? Government will guarantee the safety of the residents of Sueda, intensifying the presence of security forces and corps. I think he meant cops on the city streets. Additionally, we will deploy a physical containment barrier in the sea to facilitate repatriation at the border in compliance with the Supreme Court ruling. Well, so much for cultural enrichment. Thanks, Dodo. 21st, N-word, this
is the same shit that happened under Biden, and you said it was overblown because they're just coming to pick your broccoli and take jobs Americans don't want. This is literally what happened with the US southern border, which you said was fine.
I've changed my opinion on the border issue. I think like a small amount of, illegal immigration isn't a big deal, but it is actually way, way fucking more than I realized. So, yeah, thanks for the donation, 21st.
9 years ago, who said she had to quit a vegan diet because she has a nickel allergy and all of these vegan foods are high nickel. So there's no insane difference here. The vegans trended a little bit higher, but again, these are all low levels of nickel. So that's interesting to me. And then we have how the study did a sort of second analysis where they adjusted for creatinine, which is a byproduct of muscle breakdown. It goes up when you take creatine, and it also can go up from eating more animal muscles. And they thought, let's do another analysis where we adjust the levels to match creatinine levels and see what happens. And the differences became less between the meat eating and vegan groups. And in a normal context, scientists might be thinking, oh, well, that could represent dehydration or more hydration, because if you have more water, everything's more diluted, and then creatinine can be used to account for just having more water in urine and having things more diluted. But this is a case where it is not an independent variable. It is dependent on the diet. Here you have one group that is gonna have higher creatinine from diet and the other that isn't. And yes, the meat eaters trended higher creatinine, although it wasn't insanely different. So I think the original main analysis they did of just like micrograms per liter is still very valid here. These are all apparently young, healthy people. Even the vegans were exercising less, so I don't think you can argue that the vegans were super hydrated or anything that was accounting for the difference in these levels. And then someone might be thinking, oh, this was probably funded by Vegans Against Fish Consumption or something like that. No, it was funded by what appear to be neutral sources, the Institute for Prevention and Cancer Epidemiology, as well as...
None of that's particularly surprising. I would have figured vegans would have a higher average lead burden, but lower like mercury and shit.
How does China manipulate reality? On Friday, June 26, 2026, a single-engine aircraft struck the CITIC Tower, also known as the China Sun, within Beijing's Shaoyang business district. And the news about it just kind of disappeared, almost like it went into a black hole. But, when you think about it, a black hole is actually a pretty good way of describing the information experience.
Also, to be fair, U.S. immigrants are just Mexicans who are not religious ideologues or crazy Muslims. So yes, they They kind of are just coming to pick broccoli or work in construction, but there are some problems, but it's nowhere as bad as Europe's immigration. Well, yeah. That's another thing, too. They're not nearly as much trouble. Thanks, Dodo.
In authoritarian countries like China, especially, we're trying to get that information from the outside. So I dug into this, and what I found was both fascinating and terrifying. And stick around for this one because I'm getting Veritasium on this. And before I get started, make sure you're subscribed. Only 5% of you are. And yes, you can get my SIGINT shirt at Bunker Branding. I want to take you back to the Eastern Front during World War I. I told you I was getting Veritasium on this. You have a German artillery officer, and he's just trying to stay warm and survive in the inhospitable, cold, and waterlogged trenches. He's older than what you might expect for a second lieutenant, a little over 40, but he's surprisingly well educated. His name happens to be Karl Schwarzschild, and on a fateful night, he's opening mail from home. And with his mail came a particularly bulky package containing the most pivotal work in physics since Isaac Newton. And it comes from his colleague, you might have heard of him, Albert Einstein. Because Second Lieutenant Karl Schwarzschild isn't just an Army artillery officer, he also worked as the director of the astrophysics laboratory in Potsdam, Germany. And this is probably the most prestigious post for an astronomer in Germany, at least that one could attain. Karl was an accomplished scientific theorist, a mathematician who, despite his credentials, joined the German war effort in his 40s. Just weeks before Karl joined the German army, Einstein had completed 10 long years of dedicated work, successfully expanding his special theory of relativity to include gravitational forces along with electricity and magnetism. In 4 landmark papers published in the Proceedings of the Prussian Academy of Sciences, Einstein laid out the mathematical function of the general theory of relativity, which is still considered one of the most beautiful and elegant scientific theories of all time. Now, Schwarzschild is just still sitting in a bunker here. The artillery sounds all around him. He begins working on some calculations. It is the quick work of Karl Schwarzschild who gave us black holes, based on Einstein's own work, which were a tricky spot in general relativity due to the complicated mathematics. They were so tricky that many, including Einstein himself, thought they were nothing more than mathematical curiosities. Schwarzschild would later leave the army and die of an autoimmune skin disease, and he was unable to complete his work on black holes. And his work didn't pick up again until the 1960s. And in 1964, a source of X-rays led to the discovery of the first observable black hole. So now you're probably going, what's the point, Ryan? I'm getting there, I promise. I told you, Veritasium.
Nobody believed me, but I knew you'd come back.
Bunker Branding. Black holes are one of the most puzzling cosmic objects in our universe, but they aren't really holes. Instead, they're huge concentrations of matter packed into very tiny spaces. Black holes are tremendously dense, so dense that below the surface of what is called the event horizon, it is strong enough to prevent most things from escaping, including matter and light. And that is an incredibly good analogy for an authoritarian state like China. A memory hole. Huh? See what I did there? I told you I was getting there.
Nobody believed me.
You know, there is some information I would be perfectly happy to drop into a memory hole, if they can't find you. Now, imagine an authoritarian state like China, Iran, Russia, and North Korea. These countries exist much like dense social and political black holes. Their inner workings are observable by whatever leaks out of the event horizon from their borders. This is what analysts call the memory hole, which kind of comes from Orwell's book 1984, in which the fragmentation of reality occurs due to the state's censorship and repression apparatuses. The memory hole is the systemic erasure of the evidentiary record in such a way that the only surviving material confirms the state's narrative and nothing else. Using a black hole as our foundation for understanding authoritarian states, you have a fragmentation of experiences and narratives created by the physics of this social and political object called a memory hole. For those falling into the event,
Yeah.
Gentle.
Hmm. Oh. Kitty friend. My goodness.
Gentle.
Mr. Kitters. Thousands of military-aged men were brought in trucks to the Morocco-Spanish border. Most of them freed criminals pardoned by a king yesterday. Most of the Moroccan officer assisting them. This is all coordinated by the Moroccan government. Yeah. Oh wait, it's the same link. Prominent liberals breaking with Mamdani over his new property database. Podcaster Scott Galloway says he discovered his own name and address were doxed by the city's searchable database, identifying affluent property owners. Galloway backed Mamdani's proposed pied a terre tax itself, but he argues publishing property owners' information turns a legitimate tax proposal into a wanted poster. Well, that's what commies do. Galloway lamented that the New York City mayor was vindicating conservatives' worst fears and making it harder for all progressives. This guy has to be a fucking retard. The guy's a commie. What do you expect? Like this is what they do. They try to basically target wealthy people and the most just productive people in society and kill them.
I hope your viewers will hear this. So listen. There is not one single frame of Hamas committing rape or sexual violence.
Yeah, there's only bodies that have been found that suspiciously have their bottom half of their clothing ripped off, and literal survivors and victims claiming that they were sexually assaulted and raped. But, you know, Jews lie, right? So they're probably just lying about it. Is that... believe all women, but don't believe Jewish women. Uh-huh.
Bear in mind, it's not only just an...
Like by the way, this contradicts the UN findings.
Absence.
Which they love to reference the UN.
Of any digital evidence, which would take 7 months to go through, of all the various technological paraphernalia, CCTV, traffic cameras, body cam, dash cam, GoPro, not one of rape, not one.
If it's not filmed, it didn't happen. Okay, so that's the standard now? Oh my god, these people are just fucking horrendous. But, when Israeli soldiers are accused of sexually assaulting Palestinians, but there's no video footage of it, oh, well, it obviously happened. Why would a Palestinian lie, right? Fucking retards. My god. Thanks, Dodo. Can you call Dan out and challenge him to a veganism debate? DM him on Discord. Let's get us some debates set up. At least this guy will engage with you unlike Destiny. Son Piker, animal abuser. What's he doing this time?
Come here. Hey. Motherfucker, come here.
Jesus.
Stay. No, come here.
That can actually break a dog's tail. Son is such a fucking piece of shit, dude. I don't have his Discord. I don't know how to message him on Discord. But thanks, Dodo. Dodo donated $2. Turn auto dub off, VG. Didn't hear his meows.
Gentle.
I don't know where the auto dub feature thing is. It doesn't seem like it's auto dubbed. Oh, Vietnamese original. Why would this be in Vietnamese? That's a really cute kitty. Thanks, Dodo.
That horizon of a memory hole, they do not realize they have crossed the path of no return.
Message Destiny and try to see if I can get Dan's Discord. All right, message Destiny about that.
Point in which they cannot escape the pull of the state, the path that brings them to the state's one true narrative. Nothing else can be reasoned with the data left over following an event or an entity's contact with the memory hole system event horizon. Like a black hole, a lot is left to speculation and just shrugging one's shoulders and continuing on with the way things are. For those looking from the outside in, we see only the residue of the event or an entity that has made contact with the state's memory hole event horizon. These residues don't show a complete picture, and to complicate matters, they serve as confirmation of.
Go to Destiny server and Control F, find a message from Dan and then DM him. Don't be a boomer. I don't know how to use Discord, dude. Just fucking chill out. Saying you don't have Discord, friend request him and DM him. He's a hypocrite for saying Hassan is an animal abuser, which he is, but he eats meat. Control F doesn't do anything. Like, Control F isn't doing anything. So, like, am I... And what am I... What, like, I have to know his Discord handle anyway. I don't even know what the fuck I'm looking for. Like, his Discord could be, like, I don't know, Cat Dad or something. I don't know how to find him. Thanks, Dodo.
Of the event in question of the censorship environment. But the only interpretations that can exist here are interpretations. There's nothing more concrete. Thanks to the late physicist Stephen Hawking, we know that not everything is completely destroyed by passing into the event horizon of a black hole. Instead, material leaks out of the memory holes, kind of like Hawking radiation, which is impossible to understand its origins. We don't know what kind of matter that Hawking radiation came from. We don't know who is releasing any information from inside an authoritarian state. What a memory hole excretes can be examined by experts and analysts and policymakers, but they can never arrive at the full truth of what has happened within a closed information environment of a truly authoritarian or totalitarian state. They can only look at the frenzied data excreted, which appears more like random white noise than a stream of actually useful information. Now let's get to the scary part. Back to that plane that crashed into the China sun. Though there has been some speculation on whether or not this was an intentional strike on the CITIC tower, that isn't the scariest part of the event. Not by a long shot. Within hours, the evidence of the incident was being scrubbed from Chinese social media platforms like it didn't even happen. Then, only after the area had been carefully assessed by officials, did a sanitized and delayed account of the event get released on official state-owned news broadcast. This is what scholars and open source intelligence analysts call the memory hole doctrine. It is a suppression-first information control method that erases an event from that controlled environment. It holds an information vacuum while the external environment is assessed and then releases minimal narrative reverse engineered from what already leaked. The word doctrine is used to mean an observed or recurring
Dude,
pattern.
this video is just fucking...
The event was partitioned. It was blocked off. It was fragmented into a reality inside and outside the censorship apparatuses reach into the information environment until different accounts no longer agreed with each other. The three environments in question create this divergent narrative. It creates a fragmented reality in which each audience is coming up with wildly different conclusions based on what they are seeing.
Hey, did you hear that Mommy Tang is not vegan anymore? Short about eating steak is disgusting. I think that fat Asian lady, we saw that yesterday. I had no idea who the fuck that was. Thanks, dude. Dodo, don't need to tell her, search his name, Dan Saltman, and not just in that one channel. You can press the backspace button or keyboard until it does not say from, then search Dan. Oh my god. What other text things are there?
Can we get more retro game streams after you beat Battletoads? Need more ments.
Holy fuck, dude. Like, I'm not gonna bother with this, dude. Thanks, Dodo. Yeah, we're gonna play more retro games in the future, don't worry. Thanks, forgot my notification.
From each of these divergences. In the domestic environment, the event itself had become increasingly difficult to find because it was erased, deleted postings, and you had these suppressed.
My god, you're hopeless on technology. Just wait for Destiny, I guess. Alright, great. Thanks, Dodo. Like, if you're such a genius, you can just go on his fucking Discord and search it. I don't know why you need me. So if it's that easy, just get it for me. Thanks, Dodo.
Research results and a final statement from officials that was both unamplified and made well after the incident. And this makes it harder to reason about, which is done by design. In the external environment, more evidence of the incident exists, which makes it more impenetrable, not less, because the deletion itself is now part of the story. And finally, you have the physical environment that was impacted by the incident. I mean, people can still see cordons and damage and plywood up in the windows. You got police crawling around the wreckage, but you really can't censor that. but the closed environment can suppress internal visibility and in doing so authenticate the event for the audience it doesn't control. Now I want you to imagine the following scenario. A claim of some kind appears online. No one, and I mean no one, can actually prove this claim's validity. Good example, a few weeks ago, image of Senator Mitch McConnell was accused of being AI. The guy got sick. There was a picture posted of him and his wife in the hospital. And there's little credible claim that this was actually AI. And kind of what keeps this from being tossed into the trash bin like the others is that there was one real detail attached to this. There was a Getty image.
Dodo, the next Mamdani of Wisconsin.
Why do you believe that the police must still exist?
Still exist? Because the reality of this moment and in the types of public safety systems that we have, I want us to be sensible and realistic, but we know now that the billions invested in the criminal legal system is not working. We are spending on
Oh, it's working. You'll find that out once you get rid of the police.
incarcerating an individual more than tuition for UW-Madison. That, you know, this is about making sure that local law enforcement, is working with community, that we are taking resources from the state and investing in things like public education, victim services, out-of-school programs for our kids to go and have a
Well, none of that'll matter if they get shot by some fucking criminal.
great, like, be able to be themselves. These are things that data and facts have shown that prevent crime. Again, if you want to be tough on crime, you better be
Arresting criminals prevents crime, you fucking idiot. They can't commit any more crimes if they're locked up.
tough on causes.
Do you still long-term want to abolish police, but ultimately?
You know, I believe that we have to be serious about public safety, and I'm going to be a governor that is more serious than anyone else in making sure that
She wants to get rid of police. Why even bother asking that?
we are building systems of care, that we are focusing on lowering crime, getting guns off of our street, and making sure that folks who are incarcerated, which 90% of those folks will be going back to community, that we're lowering recidivism rate. And it's, appalling to me that, for folks who are working within our prisons, they have some of the highest suicide rates of any job and occupation. So this system is not working. If we want to
Oh, what a dumb bitch. She's media trained. Listen to this.
There are a lot of people who are excited about
Dude, look at her dumb bitch smile.
the change in Wisconsin. Some of those people are actually Republicans because they think that you're beatable, so much so that they spent around $3 million to boost your candidacy in this Democratic primary race. How will you convince swing voters who think you're too far to the left to support you?
They also know that their candidate is one of the weakest candidates that they could put forth. Tom Tiffany is an election denier and traitor, and he supports a national abortion ban as well as
That's better than banning the police.
losing health care, and supports Americans losing health care, millions of folks across the state. I think with more moderate voters that we recognize that this moment is not just a movement moment, but our coalition continues to grow, and our coalition is bipartisan. Republicans with Hong signs in their yard, that our folks are in rural, urban, and suburban communities. It is incredibly exciting that
Republicans are playing with fire by propping up these DSA people because they think they're easier to beat. They're definitely easier to beat in federal elections, but yeah, in these smaller municipalities, again, people can fuck around, find out. I think they'll learn pretty quickly not to do that again. Thanks, Dodo.
an Organizing First campaign continues to help communities grow their organizing skills as well and come to support our campaign.
You have been distancing yourself from the National Democratic Socialist Platform. I heard you in an interview this morning doing that most recently. In that interview on Fox, you said you don't support, for example, abolishing the Senate, abolishing the Defense Department, abolishing the Supreme Court, which are all part of the platform. But there are some bread and butter issues that I want to ask you about that are also in the DSA platform. And it's under a headline, "A Day Without Capitalism." And I'm going to read it. Speaking of bills, you don't really have them anymore. You have no debt, you don't have health insurance, you don't pay a mortgage or have a landlord. Food, education, energy, medicine, and transportation aren't for-profit businesses. They are common goods and utilities.
Oh,
Would these be
jeez.
your goals if you were governor of Wisconsin?
I was a small business owner for over 7 years, and I believe in organizing worker power and unions as well. And I think it's important to recognize the practical and sensible solutions that we need right now, and that's permanent affordability. That's ensuring that we
This person's a fucking commie, and then whenever she's asked direct questions, she just bullshits. Like, I've seen this all before. Thanks, Dodo.
Of Senator McConnell wearing the same shirt. Now, that accusation becomes, hey, this picture of Senator McConnell wearing this plaid shirt, this checkered shirt, plaid shirt, it's a shirt with check squares. I don't know. It's a shirt with red on it. And now the accusation becomes that this was used to create the training data for an AI-generated image of Mitch McConnell, or perhaps the base for a Photoshop image. And this is enough to suspend disbelief and kind of prune the information, tossing it out with the rest of the trash. No one wants to be the one responsible for closing the file on this because something nags at them, keeping them from tossing it aside. The item in question, it's monitored, it's discussed, and more variants of the story appear, planting seeds of doubt and suspicion in the minds of those looking at the event. And this is what intelligence analysts refer to as a pruning attack. The objective of such an attack isn't about making targets believe a particular fiction or falsehood. It is way more nuanced than that. A pruning attack keeps all possible worlds alive past the point where disciplined analysis should have discarded them. And this is where things get interesting. By keeping alive certain narratives, analysts have now created a situation where they can no longer ignore it. This fragment of reality, real or otherwise, now shapes our attention, our emotion, our eyeball spending, our security posture, our relationships, our decisions. What I've just described to you is a powerful tool within narrative warfare employed by countries like China, Russia, Iran, North Korea. Narrative warfare doesn't care about belief. Belief doesn't matter. The claim in question absorbs your attention more than it should. A false claim can shape behavior if the target cannot close the file. A weak possibility can consume attention if it stays in the queue. In other words here, this pruning attack can derail meaningful analysis and decision-making required in the moment. It opens the minds of those who consume it with doubt and holds their attention, distracting those who are kind of caught in its clutches. It leaves this forever what if in the minds of analysts and policymakers. So what does this have to do with memory holes? Well, memory holes sanitize the controlled environment in which the event occurred. This creates an information vacuum until the physical environment is fully assessed by authorities. This event is then addressed through a limited statement using reverse engineered information that's already been leaked. Suppression trumps fabrication in this scenario, as fabrication loses validity in the face of already circulating evidence. I mean, think emergency vehicles racing toward a damaged high-rise. For those audiences who are closely watching the event, the actors shape these details that already exist. This allows authorities in question to shape the possible explanations that the audience can rule out. Withhold the fact that would close this dangerous world, and it stays alive by itself. This prevents people from being able to discard it. It leaves a kernel of doubt in the minds of the audience, and this pruning attack keeps all possible realities alive, including the bad ones. So why are pruning attacks effective? I mean, there's 5 mechanisms that make them particularly effective against a vast array of targets. Pruning attacks are cheap to generate. They create a variety of possibilities in the minds of targets for next to nothing. These attacks are also expensive to discard as well. Being able to properly prune is a much needed and harder in skill, and pruning depends on prior knowledge and skill to know what is plausible and what isn't. So pruning attacks are invisible when they're working. And finally, these attacks can create something that is attackable from the outside. By changing what an analyst's mind refuses to rule out, you're then able to see the reality before them without stating any kind of falsehood in the process. Healthy analysis carries a small number of live possibilities, kind of ranked by evidence, plausibility, and decision relevance. So hostile information environments attack that cue directly. It adds like low value thing, that one structural truth in it that was most unconvincing. All need to consider another scenario, recent purges within the People's Liberation Army. We saw through China experts that purges in 2026 came at the tail end of a long line of purges that began in 2023. The absence of credible information from Beijing has allowed outsiders to develop these compelling competing theories as to what was actually going on. Factional politics, power consolidation by Xi Jinping, or maybe an actual genuine corruption cleanup. All of these circulate freely. Interestingly, this exists within an analytical environment in which even seasoned analysts have to admit that they don't know what the hell is going on in the Chinese Communist Party.
Oh my gosh. Does that suck?
Because it's extremely opaque. The physics of this memory hole become clearer the deeper we look at what is in front of us. The counting of PLA absences, which is something China experts rely on to support their analyses, is imperfect. They're looking for the residue of the event. They're looking for the Hawking radiation, which may or may not provide an accurate picture.
I call it a Hawking hole.
This means there is a serious delay between the event and the information that comes from it. For domestic audiences, the purges are a little more than a footnote in a carefully controlled narrative concerning corruption cleanup. The suppression of information adds to a vacuum filled by carefully constructing state media accounts. These downplayed and sanitized accounts lead to conclusions.
Why do you say you're the conscience of the Democratic Party?
Oh my God, John Fetterman, a Democrat, had a private meeting with war criminal Netanyahu when he was here this week. And he told Netanyahu that he was thankful for the miracle that Israel is. Yes, the miracle.
The supreme honor of my time here in the Senate to proud and stand with and for the vision and what Israel is, the miracle that Israel is.
Then he apologized for the behavior of the Democratic Party for pushing back against unconditional support of Israel. And he trashed the, quote, worthless mayor of New York and his ridiculous claims.
I'm proud to stand with Israel through everything.
Well, yes, through everything. Through killing, starving, maiming, torturing Palestinians, through West Bank settler violence, through the destruction of southern.
Why do I even have to watch this dude? Okay.
Single most profitable scam of his. Please sit down. Please sit down.
What can be more corrupt than backing genocide? This is part of the same con with you and Trump playing off of each other. Oh, he's worse. Oh, he's worse.
Scientists just found a way to regrow tooth enamel using your own saliva. Our teeth are protected by a mineral layer called enamel. It's the hardest substance in the human body, but it contains 0 living cells. If it gets eroded away by acid, sugar, or brushing too hard, it's gone forever, leaving your teeth exposed to sensitivity, decay, and permanent damage. But researchers at the University of Nottingham just found a way to close the gap. Their solution is a gel built from synthetic proteins called elastin-like polypeptides, synthetic molecules designed to mimic a melanogenic, the natural protein that builds the body's whole enamel supply for the first 12 years. The gel gets smeared onto damaged teeth where it sets into a thin, durable coating that penetrates the tooth surface, pushing down into the microscopic cracks, pores, and eroded pits below. Almost instantly, the elastin-like proteins fold into thin, fiber-like scaffolds layered directly onto the tooth surface. And within minutes, these strands start to pull calcium and phosphate ions out of your own saliva and bind them onto the structure. Within about 2 hours, that forms a soft, amorphous mineral phase, and over the next 24 hours, that mineral crystallizes one layer at a time into a structure that lines up up with the existing enamel underneath. This means you can't tell where the old tooth ends and the new tooth begins. They have only recently started human trials, but in a lab test using actual human saliva on real human tooth samples, the gel grew enamel layers up to 10 micrometers thick, reaching 80% of the enamel's original strength in just 2 weeks. In an extreme test, they also dunked the teeth in acetic acid for 48 hours, conditions that took a bite out of both types of enamel, with the natural material suffering near total structural collapse. The synthetic version, however, came out of the ordeal twice as mechanically stable by comparison.
So long, dental plan!
Right now, the scientists are commercializing their work through a startup called MintTech Bio, hoping to have a first product out next year. If you like science that gets to the root of
Cool. I'll definitely use that. Thanks, Toto.
Conclusions within the Chinese Communist Party that they wish domestic consumers to reach, and pretty much nothing more. As for the external audiences, the ones the party can't control directly through censorship and repression, kind of chaos reigns supreme here. Competing theories cast doubt about the purges while making it incredibly difficult for analysts to actually look past the dead trees being chopped down to see the increasingly potent capabilities of the People's Liberation Army. While the party of China doesn't really control the conclusions of international audiences, it does control how these audiences become fixated on issues such as purges, creating a series of realities, many of which are hard to describe without prior knowledge and skill sets. So next time you see an article about PLA purges or airplanes hitting Beijing buildings, consider how that narrative arrived at your screen, newsfeed, or in.
That was one of his worst fucking videos.
Konami just dropped a brand new trailer for Metal Gear Solid's upcoming Master Collection Volume 2, particularly naming the trailer The Snake Saga, as they take us through a journey covering the events of Delta Snake Eater to Peace Walker, all the way to Guns of the Patriots. But could this trailer be teasing some interesting changes coming to MGS4? How's it going, guys? Python Sulkin here. Hope you're all doing well. For all those who might be new to the franchise and have played through the recently released Snake Eater remake, Konami's approach with this timeline-focused trailer highlights Peace Walker as the sequel to Delta's story, being set 10 years after Operation Snake Eater, with the Volume 2 collection being the perfect opportunity for the continuation of the storyline, as the trailer very well shows. Unless we're getting a special surprise in Volume 2, it's definitely a shame we're not getting portable ups in this collection, but one can always be hopeful for future releases. As the trailer showed more scenes featuring visual upgrades for MGS4 and Peace Walker, I couldn't help but notice a particular moment in the trailer, which might be teasing some exciting new changes, and which could relate to the ones which the creative producer of the game recently said we'd have to keep an eye out for, specifically in MGS4. Around the minute-and-a-half mark of the new trailer, as Eva shoots the scarab on the ground, we can see new flashback scenes from Metal Gear Solid Delta, instead of the original Snake Eater. And while some might think that these scenes were specifically shown for the trailer, which mind you it could be the case, it's also worth noting that Eva's flashbacks not only appear during the very same moment in the game itself, but the Delta flashbacks they showed are precisely the same flashback frames as the ones from the original Snake Eater, even by the order they were placed. Ocelot's flashback is a bit different, since this particular frame originally appears during gameplay from the final fight, not during this particular scene, so it looks like we've got a bit of a double-think moment here. And guess what? It's Ocelot.
It's double-think.
That said, if they're truly replacing the flashback scenes with Delta footage, I personally think it would be an interesting touch for this release. It would definitely be cool if we had an I Like MGS Delta option, similar to the OG Snake Eater, and the way Delta included later titles like MGS4 and MGS5. The fact that MGS4 is finally being released again a year after Delta allows for such changes to feel fresh and familiar at the same time, and considering Konami's statement that they're actually making some changes to MGS4, it looks like these flashbacks could easily be one of them. But what are your thoughts on all this? Do you think we'll get to see Delta flashbacks?
Hello guys, welcome back to Con.
Oh my god.
They accepted my offer, and I'm really happy. So, as this belt goes to another champion, they can have it for a little bit, and I will for sure get it back.
So they had just finished the press con, and there was some big news announced at the end of it. First of all, the Levon situation. So Levon has decided that he will not pull anyone in December. He said he wants to rest till next year, and in the meantime, he wants someone else to have a chance to become the interim champion. So he's going to vacate his #1 title for a while. Devin then was invited to join the stage. Now logically, he should be the interim champion now because he's the current #2, just below Levon. But Devin said he doesn't want to accept the title for now, because his next 2 matches would be in the 115, so he wouldn't be able to defend it. So instead, he proposed that the other guys should fight for this interim title instead, and the match should be Vitali against someone else, because Devin believes that Vitali is the current best guy after him. So Robert decided to take the initiative and announce that Vitali will have a right-handed match against the winner of Kamil versus Georgi, which is going to happen tomorrow. So whoever wins will face Vitali for the interim #1 title in Las Vegas in December. You can see Kamil and Georgi, who were already super enthusiastic from the beginning, becoming even more fired up to win.
It's an honor to be recognized by you, by the league, but the truth is my next 2 matches I've already committed to pull in the 115 kilogram division. As much as I would love to have this, I don't think it would be right to take it from you without a fight, or to take it without at least beating somebody. So very respectfully, I would pass it back to the league, and I'd ask you guys to set it up and work it out so that this is given to a rightful champion. And I will say that it will be very hard for anybody to forget about you for a very long time. So I think that we await your return, and in the meanwhile, one of us will keep this warm. I think that certainly the one who should be fighting for it, someone who's been skipped over many times, it's got to be Vitaly Leletin. It's got to be Vitaly. It's got to be one of the guys in that fight.
Well, I think we ought to take the winner of Georgi Setkov and Kamil Jablonski to go against, to go for the title in December.
So that, if I'm reading that correctly, whoever wins tomorrow night between Georgi and Kamil will face...
Yeah, whoever is standing at the top come December, you know, whether that's Vitaly, you know, or if there's anybody that can challenge him between now and then, that will remain a question mark.
Look at the face of these 2 guys. You're seeing the match significance. Breaking news, ladies and gentlemen. So the match significance just went a little bit higher for Georgi Svetkov and Kamil Jablonski. How about that, guys?
We are just done the athletes dinner. Levon is the driver. Vitaly is the navigator. Layla is taking care of business.
Yes.
Jody
Has a coffee with no cream or milk, but she's gonna survive it.
What are we doing back here?
Being powerful.
Yeah, being powerful.
Being the best.
Taking care of.
What's
maybe,
that?
Do we? We could run away.
Steal around.
Never be seen again. We can fight for it back and forth.
You don't want to fight none.
No, I don't.
Here.
Hey, Mr. Nemchez.
Hey, Mr. Larrett.
Did you see that? Did you see me?
Yeah.
I was the world champion again.
For 30 seconds. For a brief second. 30 seconds.
I had it on for just a second.
It was up for grabs.
Yeah, I could have ran away.
Yeah.
Didn't quite feel right.
That should be worth it. Thank you so much.
Exactly. Hopefully I do get to touch it. Shortly, wonder what the...
Yeah, Devin really fucked up his like it's not a bicep tear, it's like some weird forearm muscle. I saw him tear it. That looked really fucked up. He was doing like wrist curls with like fucking 200 pounds or something. It was fucking insane.
I wasn't planning to make this video, and I especially wasn't planning for it to be the first time in the 10 years that I've been working on the Real Engineering YouTube channel that I talk directly to camera and you, the audience. But it just feels like a matter of sort of do not use AI. I might be one of them, I don't know. But they put up this community post talking about how their recent video got flagged by AI, by tools that YouTube has implemented to try to combat AI slop. And I find this very...
That's pretty suspicious, since they are a slop channel, and it would not surprise me if they use AI to create their slop.
very concerning, because Kurzgesagt is a big enough and influential channel enough that they can find out and correct this, but not everyone can. My channel's performance has been getting worse and worse and worse over the last few months, and we are really struggling. And I'm not sure if it's because of AI or because of cultural trends within AI. But I was curious on what detection tools and what the detection tool was actually detecting, because it seems like it's just attacking faceless channels, the channels that just use voiceover, and aren't really combating the things that are actually AI slop on the platform. Because I've been trying to get a channel that's been stealing my voice down for the last 6 months to a year, and YouTube have just told me that I can't prove that it's my voice and that they can't do anything about it. And that's with me using every resource at my disposal, using my corporate partner manager through Nebula, through messaging people like Todd to ask for advice, through even asking lawyers, can I sue this channel? But that isn't something that's possible, and I don't really want to go through the stress and monetary requirements to sue someone. That's a very American thing that I don't really want to participate in. I just want the channel to stop using my voice.
Reach across the region in minutes, and a reserve army that can swell from peacetime to wartime over a single weekend. That's Israel.
This is impacting voice or faceless channels like mine all over YouTube. And you might have noticed that your favorite YouTube channel, your favorite voiceover faceless channel, has started appearing more on camera like this. And this is why, because YouTube is punishing us for not showing our face. It seems like we have to have this proof of life moment in the YouTube video to prove that we're not AI, and it doesn't make any real sense.
You know what? There's a very good chance that they're using AI to write scripts, and then YouTube is noticing that this aligns with some sort of ChatGPT written script, and that's what's going on. Wouldn't surprise me.
And it doesn't seem to work, especially when that channel that's stealing my voice is still up and running without any issue and saying things about Israel and Ukraine that I would never say. It's really upsetting. They're stealing both my credibility and my personality and my everything. And I think it's impacting how people approach YouTube and the cultural trends within YouTube, even if YouTube is not deliberately attacking faceless channels. I think we're all seeing the impact that AI is having on the trends within YouTube as a platform. I think it's impacting our performance because people just don't know what to trust on the internet anymore. It feels like the dead internet theory is very much becoming a thing.
I think it's just an attention kind of thing. There's so many AI slop channels that are driving algorithmic attention. So that's probably what's actually going on. I've encountered channels where they forget to delete the prompt, write a 5,000 word essay for insert topic. Yeah. So that's probably... If YouTube is targeting channels using AI, that's probably what's going on with Kyrgyzstan. They're literally a slop channel. It would shock me if they're not using AI to write scripts and find video ideas. Really genuinely shock me. So that's probably why they're getting fucked over.
And I notice it myself when I approach YouTube and I click on a video and it's a new YouTube channel and it's just a voice and the script could just be AI generated. And I find myself in this thought process for the first minute or so of like, is this AI? Can I trust this content? And sometimes I'm sure I get false positives and I click off videos because I think it's AI and it's not. And I think this is just the trend.
It's pretty blatantly obvious when something's AI. If you think it's AI, it probably is.
That happen on YouTube too. And I don't want to be the guy, I don't want to be the newspaper salesman that complains about losing my job because online media became a thing. I'll adapt to YouTube as much as I can. I'll start appearing on camera. It's upsetting to me that I have to do that because
you know, I think people are kind of getting fed up with faceless channels too. Like, it is just kind of fucking boring and there's so many of them. Oh. Oh. I don't know why they did that. Oh. It's a nice schnoot.
I'll take that as a yes.
I like those dogs.
Jesus. The fuck?
We're okay.
Drugs?
This is awkward. No, thank you.
Drugs.
Who invited?
Oh. Wow. I like their big snoots. Oh yeah, Bad Medicine uploaded a good video.
But yeah, I don't want to bash patients either, because I get it. Like, the medical system is completely broken.
It is.
You know, the reason they hate the medical system is because they haven't been treated very well by the medical system.
That's correct. Correct.
You know, I was in the general family medicine primary care. I was seeing 27 to 30 patients.
Yeah, no shit, I'm on fucking steroids. You think you're some kind of fucking genius because you figured that out? I've been on steroids for the last year. What are you, a fucking idiot?
A day, 15-minute appointments to take care of a problem. Grandma's problem list was 10 deep. You can't do a good job. So, you know, people just get recycled through this revolving door. Their problems the Band-Aids get put on. And of course, you know, it's natural for them to be frustrated and to want to seek.
It is. It
is.
is.
There's somebody over here with a YouTube channel who's like, I've got the answer for you.
Mm-hmm.
You know, come over and see me. And it sounds pretty good because they're so frustrated and fed up with the medical system. So it's like, I understand they're feeding off of that, and they're making a living off of it. But
but the ones that are doing the most videos, that are the most polished, that have the most marketing, are giving out most of the time the worst advice, and we see that.
It's not the best. Yeah,
they're spending a lot of money and time. If you're spending time all day long doing that, you're not busy actually seeing people and doing things. That's the problem. But look, we agree, as Andrew just said, I agree with how people feel out there. Look, I've worked in huge orthopedic and neurosurgery groups. I mean, that's what my specialty was, is the interventional spinal specialist. And look, there are doctors that I worked with that I wouldn't send my dog to. And then there are doctors that I would trust with my life in a heartbeat.
Me too.
But the general person doesn't know which one of those are. And what I did find in working in those practices, just like with social media influencers, the most charismatic, they're usually good looking, charismatic, could talk to talk. They were the ones that were the worst. They were the ones that were worst.
This is true.
The ones, and the ones that maybe had the worst personality, the ones that, you know, blah, blah, blah. Man, if you talk to the people in the hospital, in the surgery centers and the ORs, they would say, that's the one. If something happens to me, I'm going to him. I don't care if he's a horse's ass. He is the best of the best. That's what really matters. But yet, unfortunately, that's the kind of the world that we live in. You're gonna, we're all attracted to the bright and shiny and pretty. And that's what the social media influencers are. They're the bright and shiny pretty. And that's what people are drawn to.
Funny story. You just jogged a funny memory for me just real quick. I interviewed a bunch of neurosurgeons before I had my L5S1 fusion many years ago. I wanted somebody who was really good. And I settled on one guy, and I chose him because that's a big question.
Well, early on, I mean, you didn't have that many. I mean, it wasn't that popular. There wasn't that many social media influencers out there. There wasn't TikTok and Instagram and all this social media. But now you just see that it's taken over by the social media influencers. You got the Kim Kardashians of the testosterone world, if you will, and they are completely uninformed but totally confident they know what they're talking about and absolutely convinced they're doing what's correct. But they're not. And unfortunately, the average, man or male or female out there doesn't know how to separate fact from fiction. And those that are getting the most hits, sadly, you and I talked about this before. You got the Abraham Morgenthalers of the world out there. That's just the brilliant urologist that we
Joey is
can thank.
down with a urinary condition and on opioids under the bed. Do you have any words for comfort I can give him from you?
Just tell him that I love him and everything's going to be okay. It's just a little not so good time, but everything's going to be okay. Poor Joey. I love Joey. Joey's a good boy. Hope he gets better soon. Thanks for the donation, Ethan, though.
For being able to use testosterone. If not for him, it would still be highly restricted. But thankfully, he came forth and went back and was able to evaluate the medical data. And, let me just point out that for 71 years,
going to go to
71
Australia
years,
again soon.
100% of medicine was completely wrong about testosterone and prostate cancer. Completely wrong. 100% of medicine would tell you that it caused prostate cancer, increased a man's risk of getting prostate cancer, would cause it to grow uncontrollably if you were given testosterone. You had it, in other words,
I learned
the
that.
proverbial pouring gasoline on
I
a
learned
fire.
that
We
in medical
all
school.
learned that. We all believe that. But he was brave enough to go back and question where that belief came from. And as we know, it came from the overinterpretation of one man in one study in 1941. But he was smart enough to go do that. And we can once again thank him for being able to use testosterone today. So that was a big myth that prevailed for decades and decades. And so the other myth, and what I set out to do with that lecture was to go back and do the same thing with regard to the use of aromatase inhibitors in men on testosterone. Was there any medical evidence to support that? Was there any data that actually supported that use? And when you really go back and look, and you really look at the medical data from the very beginning, there is not. And I mean zero. There's none to support it. Of course, it came from the bodybuilding world. And that's really what I set out to do with that lecture. And so all the social media influencers out there, though, are they're very charismatic. The ones that have the time to put out videos every day or every other day, they're very polished. They have great, I don't even know what the word for it is, except it's just great videos. Everything's very very it is enticing. It's like watching a movie almost, if you know what I mean. But unfortunately, it's just filled with misinformation, and that's what sucks people in hook, line, and sinker. Dr. Morgenthaler, as brilliant as he is, gets very few views. And he should be getting millions of views. And then you've got these influencers out there that are providing so much misinformation, but they're so convincing. And I think the more they scream and yell, or the more views they get, and they're getting hundreds of thousands of hits. And unfortunately, it's filled with misinformation, as you know. And I think that people are drawn to that, unfortunately. And I don't, they're like moths to a flame. And guys, I'm not their guy.
There's a subset of those guys. I think they're high on the neurosis scale, so they're hyper vigilant. They have likely underlying anxiety disorder and sort of neurotic personality tendencies, and so they're always tinkering. Like like
Correct.
TRT is a hobby. It's sort of a hobby to them.
Right.
And
right.
so they're always playing around with their protocol, and maybe I need this, and I need
Correct.
some oxandrolone, and
That's right.
like I had a little bit of ED the other night. After I had a couple cocktails, I need to hire Cortex for $4,000 to fix my ED.
Exactly. For 6 months. Yeah.
So there's always going to be that element, and the message that you and I like, it just doesn't resonate with them. It's not enough.
Right.
And that's, those guys, you're just never going to make them happy.
And you've heard me say this before. There's 3 groups of men that don't do well. 3 groups of men. Those with unrealistic expectations. And that's what guys out there like Cortex and those guys, they create unrealistic expectations. They make everyone think that everything's going to be great all the time. And if it's not, we can adjust this or that. That's not how hormones work. The second group of men are those that are trying to treat non-testosterone related problems with testosterone. It's not going to work. If it's not related to testosterone, raising your testosterone levels is not going to make a difference. And then number 3 is what you just alluded to, those with mental health disorders. You can't use testosterone to treat a mental health disorder. And a lot of those guys
you certainly can if it's related to depression, anxiety.
Have those issues. And let's not making light of that. Mental health is a very, unfortunately, it's an epidemic. There's a lot that's out there right now, and sadly, and those people need help, but they're looking to hormones to do it. And I do think that once they get on testosterone, anytime they have any type of issue whatsoever, since that's a low hanging fruit, as you say, they want to go tweak their protocol. Let's just fix my protocol. Let's just, adjust my protocol. This ester doesn't work. Must be another ester would work better, or transdermal will go to, that's not how it all works. I don't think that people really believe it when we say this, but it is truth, is that you and I, when we're dealing with men, and I deal with men, but dealing with men all day long, we don't deal with problems. It's very rarely I deal with any problems like what you read on the forums or internet. I don't deal with those problems. I come to work and I get to thankfully hear about success. I hear about how well they're doing. And I'm never more proud of my patients when they come in and you've done a good enough job of educating them on what hormones do and what they don't do. When I see a follow-up that have been with me for years and they come in and on their paperwork before I see them, they're like, well, doc, I'm having this symptom right here. I'm having this fatigue and I'm having this problem, that problem, but I know it's not my hormones because I've been working 2 jobs. I've only been getting 4 hours of sleep. They are intelligent enough to realize that, hey, I'm having these issues, not because my hormones are bad, because I can look on the paper and say they're great. It's that life has intervened and I can't overcome life by tweaking or adjusting my hormones or my protocol. And so I think that that's why I'm so proud of those men and women when I see them, that they get it. They understand that you can have the great use labs as an income generator. I'm not incentivized to order unnecessary labs. I don't use labs.
I don't charge for labs.
The contracted rate. So whenever my patients get a lab, I pay for those labs. They just reimburse me. That's how it works. It's just simple as that. But a lot of clinics use labs as an income generator. So they want guys to have labs every 3 months, every 4 months, because they make money off of those labs. But men fall into that trap once again. The more labs, the better, because that clinic convinces them, hey, we want to get your labs to make sure everything is still optimal and you're doing good.
Right.
They're completely unnecessary labs. They really are completely unnecessary labs.
Patients ask me quite a bit about like, hey, why aren't you checking this? Why aren't you checking that? And I always, I have always sort of the same stock answer. Like, I'm happy to order that for you if you want to.
Right.
But here's why I don't order it, because it's not a decision node, meaning we're not going to make, I'm going to give you the same recommendations regardless of the result of this lab. If your homocysteine is high, I'm going to tell you to do the same things that I would tell you to do, even if your homocysteine isn't high. But if you want to check it, cool, we can check it.
Everyone needs to listen to what you just said, because that is a tenet of medicine. That is a tenet of a well-trained, good physician, because we are trained from day one, and a lot of people don't follow, but what he just said, I couldn't be more proud of, because we are taught from day one, do not order a test or a lab unless it's going to change decision making, unless it's going to change treatment. And if it's not going to change treatment, it is an unnecessary lab. An unnecessary lab. So I couldn't be more proud of you for making that statement, because most people didn't hear it as it truly is, because we can order a ton of labs, but if it's not going to change treatment, or just
Think you're ever gonna have a distended abdomen? I don't know. Do you think you're ever gonna have a blown out asshole?
decision making, then there's no need to order it. And so we
Yeah.
don't. We can.
There's
I
a
tell
fun
people the same
story.
thing. Look, I'll order all the labs you want, but
Right.
you're feeling
We're
great.
not gonna.
Look,
You still have to eat.
This is basically the scam that's going on with the whole like TRT clinic thing. They don't make money on selling you testosterone. You get it from the pharmacy, and again, it's generic medication. So it's dirt fucking cheap. So what they do is they sell you services, and those services include the fucking blood work, checkups, and also just the consultations where it's like, oh, we got to review your blood work. We could either do it on person or over the phone. And yeah, we'll schedule like a 30, 45-minute appointment to go over it. Well, again, when you're charging people, like $150 an hour to do some of this shit, like those costs add up. That's why when you go to a TRT clinic, they'll give you these fucking packages where it's like $2,000, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 fucking dollars for the year. When all you fucking need is to just get the fucking medication and then maybe 1 or 2 blood tests a year, which is like, couple $100 like. So that's why, like, the Greg Algo RX thing, it's just a fucking scam. I've seen some. Who's that fucking guy Gooby on Instagram? He was promoting some like blood work fucking scam, saying, "Oh, if you're on TRT, you need to get like constant fucking blood work." And then again, you go to the page, and then it's charging you like $300, $400, $500 for a big, huge lab panel that you don't fucking need and is completely fucking irrelevant. It is just so easy to take advantage of stupid, misinformed fucking people, and that's just how all these assholes enrich themselves. Yeah, the stem cell thing. The fucked up thing with the stem cell crap is a lot of it's done in fucking Mexico, and I've seen so many people get fucking horrific infections from that. I don't know why, but that stem cell therapy is causing people to have a ton of different weird fucking infections. Like a lot of them end up getting staph, and they need like pieces of themselves cut out because like there's so much necrotic tissue and shit. I don't know why that stem cell therapy stuff is resulting in so many fucked up infections.
So speaking of that, so we'll kind of get back to the lecture thing, because I know you're pushed for time. It's 5 a.m. where you're at. So I know you got your son to look
we're
after
good.
this
We're good.
morning. But there was things we talked about in there that I think should be addressed, and the first and foremost is the normal estradiol range. When you look at the data, when we look at the data, the medical data, whether it be medical literature or decades and decades of literature, we find that normal estradiol range of 8 to 35 at LabCorp is only based on men that have testosterone levels less than 600. Okay, that's an important point of that lecture, is that it only applies to men with testosterone levels less than 600. But more importantly, I think it's important to understand that the serum measurement of estradiol is completely inaccurate. It does not measure tissue levels. It's simply what happens. It's just what escapes local metabolism. It's nothing but a crude proxy for tissue levels. And the guys are measuring all day long. Guys will attack us for not measuring estradiol, but yet no guideline from any country recommends the routine measurement of estradiol. These are all just some of the high points of the lecture. No guidelines recommend the measurement of estradiol. Why? Because they know it's not an accurate measurement, and they know they're not going to block it. They know they're not going to control it or block it. There is not a single randomized.
The only time you'd want to control estradiol is if you're getting gynecomastia, like your nipples are super fucking sensitive. Or if there's like if it's sky fucking high on blood work, and you've got a bunch of other symptoms too, like the water retention and shit, then yeah, sure, but there's no point in really doing anything about it. If you feel fine, you've got no problems, don't worry about it.
Study out there in 91 years that supports the use of aromatase inhibitors in men. There's not one, not a single one. And I looked, it wasn't a cherry picked lecture. It was just designed to go back, just like Morgenthaler did, and find out if the use of aromatase inhibitors in men was based on actual medical data. And it's not even based on physiology. It came from the bodybuilding world. So I think it's important to understand that, and that, you have done videos on this, I've done videos on this, and that, estradiol, is governed by enzyme kinetics and receptor kinetics. Okay, so the measurement of serum estradiol it does not accurately reflect tissue levels. I think I'll get an example is if you and I open a restaurant next door to each other, and we don't, I'm going to tell how many. So in that restaurant, we have 100 seats. Both of our restaurants have 100 seats. And let's say that people are observing our restaurant, and outside of my restaurant, I have, 12 to 20 people from the time it opens to the time it closes waiting to get in. And let's say you have 50 to 100 people at any given time from the time it opens to get in. People would look at that because the people outside are serum estradiol. People in the restaurant are the estradiol and receptors. It's the receptors. The chairs are the receptors. So they would look at that. If they looked outside, they'd say, my God, Andrew's restaurant is hopping. It's busy as it can be. It's so busy. It's just out of control busy. And like Dr. Nichols, he's only got 12 or 15 people waiting outside. Andrew, are you any more busier than I am? Even though you got 50 people waiting outside and I have 12. Well,
there's
we
no
both
way to
have
know
100
without
seats in
looking
that
inside.
restaurant. Well, we both have 100 seats in the restaurant. That's all we can seat. So no matter if I have 12 waiting outside for 8 hours and you have 50 waiting outside for 8 hours, it makes it look like you're busier, but at the tissue level, the tissues are the chairs. It's the same amount. It's the same amount whether we have 12 or 50. So when we're measuring serum estradiol, it's just simply not a reflection of tissue levels. And just like if we looked outside of a restaurant, we don't know, even though people, got people lined up around the block for one guy and just a few outside, it's still the same amount on the inside. It's just an inaccurate.
It's not telling you what you think it's telling you.
It is not. It is not at all. It is not at all.
That's what patients get wrong, and that's what physicians still get wrong.
Well,
that
goes to the deeper understanding of endocrinology, and that testosterone we know is an endocrine hormone produced by the testes. It goes into the serum, goes to the tissue levels, and we can measure it, and it's fairly accurate. Of course, it's going to change, throughout the day. But what they can't understand is that estradiol and even DHT are not significantly endocrine hormones in men. They're produced in the tissues from testosterone. So testosterone has to enter the tissue. There is it converted into DHT and estradiol. And what we measure in the serum is nothing more than what escapes local metabolism. It has nothing to do with what's actually in the tissues themselves. And they can't grasp that understanding because that takes a deeper understanding of physiology. Enzyme kinetics and receptor kinetics takes a deeper understanding of physiology. It's just not numbers. These,
Keith, you said something really, really good. I want to actually repeat it and piggyback on it because I thought it was so good. To someone who doesn't understand that, doesn't have that higher level of physiology or that background, or doesn't have the many years of clinical experience, the estradiol thing, if you just look at what makes sense, it makes sense to block estradiol.
It makes sense
if you don't understand.
Hey, so why are you taking Melanodan again?
Because I can't use sunscreen. It gives me rashes. Thanks for the donation, Rick.
Right? This is a female hormone. I don't want female problems. I'm a man. Why would I want that? So you can piggyback or superimpose sort of the Dunning-Kruger chart over that. When you don't have a lot of background knowledge, when you're not an expert in endocrinology and physiology, your confidence is high that this makes sense. I need to do an AI. I need to do this. And then as your knowledge increases, you start seeing all this contradictory information, and all of a sudden then your confidence in what you know goes down. But then when you become a subject matter expert on the far right side of that, the Abe Morgenthalers of the world, things start to make sense again for you. But they make sense because you have the deep understanding of the pathophysiology of whatever it is you're looking into. So you have these two peaks of confidence, one in the beginning when you don't know anything, and one at the end, the very end, when you really do have a good grasp.
And when it comes to these guys that take these aromatase inhibitors, you got to remember.
Yep, melanotan is what turned Big Lenny black. He was a big fan of melanotan.
Testosterone's beneficial effects were proven and over decades of studies before aromatase inhibitors were ever developed.
Exactly.
And then we didn't have estrogenic problems.
No.
And a lot of men are
No.
what they're blaming on estradiol is not estradiol at all. That's sexual dysfunction. I'm going to please watch the lecture because you'll find out for one of the first times what really leads to the sexual dysfunction in men that start testosterone. It's only 1 to 2% of men. 98 to 99% of men that get on testosterone that have elevated levels greater than 600 have higher estradiol than the normal range of 35, and they have zero problems. I mean, zero problems. But 1 or 2%, those are the ones that populate the forums, populate the internet. Those are the ones that having all the problems. And it's really a serotonin problem when it comes to the sexual dysfunction. The serotonin is what, unfortunately, blunts libido and causes a sexual dysfunction. Serotonin puts the brakes on sex. Estradiol never has in any study. And I presented studies giving morbidly obese men.
I don't know anything about Phenibut. I don't know why he was a big fan of it.
And testosterone, old men testosterone. And in every single one of those studies, every parameter of health improves. They didn't have estrogenic symptoms. And so, and then, I know this has come up a lot, but when they blame that increased blood pressure and heart rate and that anxiety or that stress and that irritability, that is norepinephrine all day long, guys. Testosterone doesn't just increase, estradiol. It increases dopamine, serotonin, and norepinephrine. So let's at least blame the offending neurotransmitter for some of these problems. And not blame.
And Keith, you're one of the first guys. You're one of the first guys that has really talked about that publicly. And so that's something I want to hammer home too. And maybe I'll make some subsequent content about it because, the whole, not just the serotonin, the dopamine and norepinephrine, but all of the associated neurosteroids, there are these downstream metabolites that has a big role with all of this stuff too, because clearly those two are like intimately tied together. So credit to you for first talking about that. You actually taught me about that. I didn't know about the serotonin thing.
Right.
Well, it makes sense because serotonin reuptake inhibitors can kill your libido and cause impotence, sexual dysfunction, lack of sensitivity. So that makes perfect sense to me. I've never seen any relationship between my estrogen levels and sexual function at all.
Until you and I talked about it last year.
Look,
it makes sense. Now it makes sense, right?
But Andrew, I would not have known it. I would still be oblivious had not experienced it. I was mismanaged, misdiagnosed, and mistreated whenever I had low testosterone levels. I was treated with antidepressants, and I had the sexual side effects. The difficulty orgasm, the anorgasmia. I had that when I was on the SSRIs. And then when I first started testosterone, I got really good levels, and so many symptoms improved dramatically. But I have some very similar symptoms to what I had on those SSRIs. It came to difficulty achieving orgasm, even anorgasm for some of these men. And you see it in 1 to 2% of the men that we see if you see enough men. And it was never estradiol. It's always been serotonin. Serotonin is what puts the brakes on sex. Would
you say melanotan's bad for people with a lot of moles and birthmarks? I don't think it'll do much for moles, but if you have like freckles, definitely. I don't know what you mean. Like people usually only have one birthmark somewhere. I guess if you have a problem with one of your birthmarks getting darker, maybe. Intuitively, it would make sense that it would raise the risk of melanoma by stimulating melanin production. Nope. Skin cancer occurs due to DNA damage, not due to melanin production, so that's just fucking retarded. There's no biologically plausible mechanism where melanotan could trigger skin cancer. It's just fucking stupid. People just say that because skin cancer activates melanocytes, but that doesn't mean activating melanocytes causes cancer. It just means the cancer stimulates melanocyte, melanin production. So it's just fucking dumb. It's like saying steroids cause fucking cancer because cancer also can cause erythrocytosis. Like, it's just fucking dumb.
It's never been estradiol. And what men need to understand, and I present the data to prove this, is that when you take an aromatase inhibitor, You are lowering estradiol as a proxy to lower serotonin. That's what happens. That's how it works.
The baby and the bathwater.
Wait, what did he say?
An aromatase inhibitor. You are lowering estradiol as a proxy to lower serotonin. That's what happens. That's how it works.
The baby and the bathwater out the window.
You're throwing the baby out with the bathwater. That is absolutely correct. Baby out with the bathwater, because when you do that, you're going to attenuate the beneficial effects of estradiol in the tissues where you need it. And so, yes, if they would just take more appropriate measures to treat those symptoms instead of going to an aromatase inhibitor, they would be better off in the long run, because none of us need I don't need an aromatase inhibitor at all now. None of my men need it. None of your men need it when it's appropriately managed. And look, men cannot make estradiol without testosterone. If you're having a estradiol problem, it's a testosterone problem. Okay, so you understand what I'm saying. I mean, so estradiol is made from testosterone in the tissue, as is DHT. So you just need, there's ways to combat it. You can wait and give it time, like I did, and things will improve. Like the honeymoon period, a lot of men get it, but it's going to dissipate. It's going away. All right, and those side effects related to and those side effects related to serotonin, those other issues, most of them will go away if you give it time. But men don't have the patience, especially when it comes to erectile function. It's got to be fixed like that. I mean, it's like, hey, you better. And so when you reach for an aromatase,
I think there's some antihistamines that lower serotonin. I'm not sure what they prescribe if they have a dude with like a serotonin issue that's causing erectile dysfunction.
Inhibitor to lower estradiol, which will lower serotonin. It's a quicker fix, but it's not a long-term management strategy for your health. It's just not a long-term management strategy.
But unfortunately, though, it ends up being, a long-term thing. I've got a good buddy of mine for 10 years. He's been on an AI because he had a little hiccup in the very beginning of his protocol. And I think if he had just been patient and waited it out, or just made some minor tweaks to his protocol.
Right.
But here we are 10 years later, he's still on an AI.
Still on it. It becomes a habit. It becomes that.
What are you doing, man?
That cycle. Yeah, it becomes that
cycle. Well, now he's nervous.
Yeah.
Banned in my country, Denmark, because it might cause new moles, birthmarks, and stimulate existing ones. Do they ban going outside in the sun? Like, it's just fucking retarded. The laws and regulations for things make no sense. Let's ban melanotan because it might cause moles to grow. Okay, let's ban going outside in the sun because it might cause moles to grow or some shit. Like, it's just fucking stupid.
He's anxious. He doesn't...
And again, there's no actual evidence that it causes moles to grow. It's just some dumbasses who are like, oh, well, maybe it could. So, like, okay. But go to the bar, drink alcohol, get blackout fucking drunk, start a fight, drive home drunk and kill a fucking family of 4. Like, it's fucking stupid.
He doesn't want to come off of his AI because he remembers, he had one episode of ED, 10 years ago. And you're right. Like, that's, guys don't, when that happens, we don't forget it, right? Especially if it's at a really inopportune moment. You're like, damn, you're scarred by that.
Exactly. They are. And I can tell you how hard it was to drop that bottle of anastrozole into the trash can, even for me. Even for me. Even I knew better that I didn't, that it was bad.
Me too.
Oh my God. It was I can remember the day I did it. It was hard. It was hard. But now that I look back, nothing's ever been better. And so the erectile, everything is better than it could be. Literally. I mean, I don't have any complaints. I don't have any issues whatsoever. And that would happen and that happens to all your patients that have issue too, Andrew. It doesn't make sense to these men. And I guess one of the next beliefs versus science I'll do is on DHT. I've done the video on DHT before, but look, the serum measurement of DHT for these men, they'll measure this DHT and they're afraid when they see it really high, especially when the transdermal creams, it's not doing anything, fellas. The tissues that are DHT sensitive, prostate, the hair follicles, listen, men, they have their own homeostatic mechanism that tightly controls intracellular levels. We can raise DHT 10 or 20 times normal in the serum, and it doesn't do anything in the tissues. It can, number one, receptors are finite. We have finite receptors. Okay, number one, the androgen receptors. But number two, those tissues like the prostate and the hair follicle, they tightly control those intracellular levels. So you can raise it really high, it's going to stay the same, and that's proven in the medical literature. And by the way, those DHT receptors, the androgen receptors, and the prostate, it's testosterone is a binding receptors, it's DHT. So testosterone enters the prostate, converted to DHT, then binds the androgen receptor. Same thing happens with the hair follicle. But the point is that those receptors are fully saturated at a fairly low level of testosterone, and the prostate is 250 nanograms per deciliter. So if you give a man testosterone that has a testosterone level of 400,
Kid Boo, donate $2. Let me see.
One of the central themes of the anime Neon Genesis Evangelion is that real human relationships are painful, but that they're still worth pursuing nonetheless. And no character embodies that idea quite like Rei Ayanami, whose connection with Shinji spans across 3 different lives. The first Rei, otherwise known as Rei 1, was killed by Naoko Okagi, Ritsuko Okagi's mother, well before the series began. And then there's Rei 2, the quiet, emotionally distant girl that we follow from the beginning of the series from episode 1 to 23. But with the help of Shinji, Rei 2...
Well, yeah, even if it caused cancer, why the fuck does the government care? You let people drink alcohol, which causes cancer. You let them smoke cigarettes, which causes cancer. You let them eat meat, which causes cancer. You let people go outside and get sun exposure, which causes cancer. Like we drive fucking gasoline engine fucking cars, which again, like all the emissions and crap, that is linked to cancer. Cooking at high heat is linked to cancer. That's why in a lot of countries where women do most of the cooking, they have higher rates of lung cancer than men. So yeah, it's just liberal dumb fuck bullshit where just certain things are considered a cultural taboo and some things aren't. Drinking is not a cultural taboo. It's just fucking normal. You're actually considered weird if you don't drink. So, oh yeah, drink. Become a fat, retarded, fucking bloated idiot, damaging all your fucking organs. But, oh, melanotan? You want darker skin? That's like a peptide, and it's like a weird drug, and you have to inject it. Let's ban it. It's weird. It makes me feel uncomfortable. That's just how the government thinks. They're just fucking retards. I can't stand the fucking government. They're just absolute fucking morons, and we just have countries led by idiots.
Who slowly begins to smile, starts questioning herself, and discovers what it truly means to be human and care for another person. And those feelings become undeniable when she sacrifices herself to save Shinji from the 16th Angel armor cell, choosing his life over her own. And whether or not Rei 2 loved Shinji romantically, or if she simply formed the deepest friendship she had ever known, was never answered outright, leaving the nature of their bond open to interpretation. And after Rei 2's death, Rei 3 awakens with no memory of Shinji or the time they spent together, making their bond seem lost forever. But fortunately, fragments of Rei 2's memories and emotions gradually return, finally allowing Rei 3 to understand the connection she shared with Shinji and ultimately reject Gendo's plan in the end. And in the conclusion movie End of Evangelion, when Rei 3 chooses Shinji over Gendo,
I haven't seen the movies. I've got to see the movies.
she merges with Lilith and then places humanity's fate in Shinji's hand, proving that even the most fragile of connections can change the course of the world. But what about you? How did you feel about Rei?
I liked Evangelion. That was a good anime. Thanks, Kid Boo.
it's not going to do anything to the prostate, nothing at all. And when you take injections, it also raises DHT. And the two of the biggest complaints of men on injections are going to be hair loss and acne, right? Well, that's DHT mechanism, right? Well, of course it is. But unless you just don't raise testosterone levels very much on injections, if you raise it a good amount, like you would on cream, for instance, if you get the same levels on injection or cream, you're going to have the same amount of hair loss because, once again, those receptors are fully saturated, even by those guys that do injections. The DHT is raised enough to where you fully saturate the receptor. So raising it 10 times more than that with the cream, for instance, I'm making up a number, doesn't have any more hair loss than the injection.
No.
So it's,
and
once
if you
again,
don't have the gene,
it's not going to
then
happen
it's even
anyway.
more
That's
irrelevant, right?
That's right. That's right.
I'm
And
living
so
proof.
absolutely. And so those guys need to
Yeah.
understand that physiology is a little more complex, and we're governed by enzyme kinetics and receptor kinetics. And we just don't have infinite receptors. They're finite. They're finite. Once they're saturated, it just becomes excess. And that's once again, the influencers do not have enough deep knowledge of the true physiology that they can
No.
explain this to their patients. And because even for the patient, they have to hear this, and it's complicated for them to hear. It's complicated for them to hear.
Exactly. Well, that little nugget there, just understanding receptor kinetics and the whole idea of what you're describing is, Michaelis-Menten kinetics.
Right.
That fundamental principle, all of it, that's one of those big knowledge nuggets, that really helps this make sense. But you're right. If you
Absolutely.
don't have that, if you
Right.
don't have that, I see it all the time. These influencers, they just think, well, as my T level goes.
Why are you asking me about whether alcohol or edible cannabis is better? Like, what are you, fucking retard? You can't figure it out for yourself?
Goes up, my DHT and my estradiol will just keep going up. Like, I can't take 1,000. If I take 1,000 milligrams of testosterone, my estradiol is going to be sky high, and the reality is that it's going to start to, long before that, will start to sort of taper off, and you reach a ceiling.
Right.
And
That's right.
when you understand that, like that for me, I remember learning that in biochemistry. I'm like,
that's right.
So if I give more substrate, it doesn't matter. Like
that's right.
It only goes to a certain amount, and then it's not going to go up.
And it's not only that. It's enzyme kinetics, which is the Michaelis-Menten kinetics, and receptor kinetics. So with that said, both aromatase activity and estrogen receptor signaling are saturable. They're saturable. Yeah. So rising testosterone does not generate unlimited linear increases in estradiol, and rising estradiol does not produce unlimited linear increase in estrogen signaling.
No.
Number one, the aromatase enzyme gets saturated, so you can't make any more estradiol, and the estrogen receptors get saturated, so rising estradiol cannot do anything. It can't bind to anything, no different than with testosterone in the brain. Testosterone in tissues other than muscle has a saturation point. We haven't found a saturation point in muscle, so it's a linear dose response curve.
Yes.
That's why bodybuilders abuse it.
Yeah.
But in all other tissues, there is a plateau to the feel-good effects of testosterone in the brain.
By the way, there you fucking go. So testosterone is not going to really affect organ systems in the body, and it's just going to affect muscle tissue. So testosterone at high doses is very fucking safe.
For instance, so you can keep raising testosterone up and up and up and up and gain more lean muscle mass and decrease body fat in a dose response manner, but you're not going to feel any better. You can't keep feeling better and better and better. There is an endpoint to feeling good, and that is a saturation point. So the testosterone, different than estradiol and DHT, has.
So when he says this, in research, I think testosterone doses have been tested. I think the highest I've ever heard was 800 milligrams per week. The meta-analysis that I linked before on testosterone and mood, I think they tested up to 600. That's a very fucking high dose. That's more than I'm taking right now. They saw mood improvements with escalating doses. So you can get mood enhancing benefits with escalating doses to a very, very high degree. Like if you're taking 600 milligrams of testosterone per week, you're fucking juicing. For the majority of time I've been on steroids, like it's gotta be like, maybe I'd say half, like last 6 months. I've been taking around 500 milligrams test and 105 milligrams boldenone. That's pretty much all I was really running. I was getting fucking jacked as fuck. So, yeah, very high test doses seem to still confer benefits over lower doses. There is a limit. Like taking 2 grams of test, you're probably not going to feel any better versus like 600, but if you're using testosterone to see if you have any mood improvements, like you have depressive issues, it's worth trying taking higher doses. So if you're only on like 200, you might as well try 300. And then, if you feel a bit better, try 400. And if you feel a bit better and you feel like you're still not getting all the mood benefits you could get, take 500,
Dose response curves, a linear one, and then of course a plateau.
Yes.
So it's just you got to have a greater understanding of the physiology. That's what I tried to do with the lecture, is help people have a little bit greater understanding of the physiology and help them identify the misinformation that is continually promoted out there. There's
that's what's missing. That's what's missing in the influencer world is, I think many of them are, they're not trying to be deliberately ignorant or malicious, but there's just a fundamental lack of just background knowledge in this area, which you kind of really like. If you're going to be, the way I look at it is, if you're going to be giving medical advice, not to get too preachy, but you're kind of, this is kind of a sacred thing. Like, someone is coming to you with a serious medical problem. It's, in my opinion, and you want to give them advice, you're ethically responsible for giving them, I think, the best possible advice that you can. And I just don't see that with some of these guys. It's like they're not really interested in learning. They're not interested.
Well, they think
in
they already know what they don't know. They
questioning.
think they know what they don't know.
Exactly.
No.
Exactly. The practice of medicine, you've done this a long time, just like I have, is it's like this cyclical pattern that just repeats and repeats of, I thought I know something, I learned something new, and now I do things differently. And then it just repeats. But what you hear from these guys, it just, like, it's very static. It never changes.
Never changes.
I know you're the same way, but like, in all aspects of my practice, I go home at night and I wonder, God, did I give them the right advice? Is this like, I'm constantly fact checking myself.
Right. Absolutely.
So like,
absolutely.
Guys like us, I'm full of doubts sometimes about the advice that I give, because I'm just like, I just want to, it's so important to me that I give correct advice. But I gotta get this impression, and maybe I'm wrong, but I get this impression that some of these, chiropractors and, other health influencers, non-physician health influencers, they're not interested in, or not that interested in, like, advancing their knowledge base.
Right.
They stick to their story, and they could, many of them, I think, could watch your 4-hour video. First of all, many of them, I don't think, have the background, baseline, biology, chemistry, physiology to fully appreciate and understand it. But let's assume that they did. I think they could watch all of that and be like, well, that's nice, but I don't believe a word of it. They're just like, they're impervious to changing their mind. And that's, again, that's another red flag, I think, for people. If you got somebody who's never changes their message based on new evidence, that's a problem. Like, you need to check yourself, I think.
Well, what you just did is you just quoted Upton Sinclair. He said, "It is foolish to be convinced without evidence. It is equally foolish to refuse to be convinced by real evidence." That's who you just quoted, basically, without even knowing. I mean, just brilliant.
Yeah.
And look,
I
don't think people understand that some of us that really.
I don't agree with pretty much anything this guy says, but this time I feel differently. I kind of agree with him.
As we speak, leftists are doing their best to enable another wave of George Floyd-style riots across the country. This is happening right now. It's all because of the death of a lifelong felon named Corey Ruiz, who by all accounts was a degenerate and a menace to society. Ruiz had something like 12 felony convictions dating back to 2007. Those are convictions, not even just arrests. Everything from robbery, strangulation, auto theft, assault. As reported by Andy No, Ruiz was also a deadbeat father. No surprise. I'm shocked by that. I'm surprised. You see a guy like this, you expect that he'd be, married, got 3 kids, living at home, taking the kids to baseball practice on the weekends. I'm shocked that he's a deadbeat dad. Who could have thought? No, apparently he owed nearly $50,000 in child support at the time of his death. And like George Floyd, Ruiz died doing what he loved, namely resisting arrest while committing multiple felonies. This is from Madison, Wisconsin. Watch.
Horrifying video captured the moment a Wisconsin police officer fatally shot a man who authorities say knifed him while resisting arrest. The chilling
You convinced me that all men with below normal testosterone levels should be on TRT. Well, normal testosterone levels are low, so not sure above the normal levels though, but it makes sense that normal test levels. Again, it's normal to have low testosterone. Your average man in your 20s has the testosterone level that your average 70-year-old has. So normal's low. It's the same with cholesterol. Your average person has high cholesterol. So saying, if you have normal cholesterol levels, you're fine. Well, no, it means you're at high risk for heart disease. So, at this point, most men would benefit from testosterone replacement therapy.
Cell phone video from bystander Michael Dubeck starts off by showing 3 cops wrestling with the suspect in the middle of an intersection.
Like, when they're resisting like this, and then they're surprised they get hurt or shot or something, it's like, okay, well, what do you expect to happen?
In Madison. As the man appears to collapse to the ground, one of the other officers is seen firing his gun 3 times at the suspect, before a witness can be heard wailing, "No," in the background.
Yeah, probably because he had a weapon.
The disturbing...
Why is some dumb random bitch screaming no? Probably doesn't even know the person.
Clip appears to show blood pooling on the concrete surrounding the face-down suspect. According to Madison Police Chief John...
No, the reduction in testosterone is not due to obesity. Non-obese males have low testosterone.
John Patterson, bystander videos, which circulated largely across social media since the July 22nd shooting, show an incomplete perspective of what happened.
I will say that I'm aware of cell phone video that has been shared and circulated online depicting this incident. I ask the community recognize that there is other video that they have not seen that's not circulating online that will be reviewed as a part of this investigation.
Cops have been responding to calls that someone was trying to enter parked cars in the neighborhood. When the harrowing incident unfolded, Patterson said. The suspect fled on a bike through nearby backyards in an attempt to get away before officers intercepted him in the street. During a brief scuffle, cops say the man then pulled out a knife and injured the same police officer who later shot the suspect. The officer, who was described as a veteran cop, has yet to be publicly...
Yeah, so criminal tries to kill and stab a cop shoots him, and then these people want to have riots and turn the guy into George Floyd when he has a huge criminal history and he's one of the most degenerate pieces of shit on the planet. Makes sense.
Identified.
The suspect was identified as ex-con Corey Ruiz, who later died at a local hospital.
The deadly incident has sparked fury in Madison, with protesters taking to the streets, as well as the site of the shooting.
So
I probably have low T, but why does that matter? Why should I start exogenous? Well, if you want to be smaller, weaker, adapt poorly to exercise, have increased risk of heart disease, diabetes, certain forms of cancer, have lower sexual function, motivation, more prone to mood swings, anxiety, depression, then, go for it. I don't really give a fuck. You can do whatever the hell you want.
Recap, he was trying to break into some cars, which is something he had a habit of doing. Then he ran from the police and resisted arrest, which he also had a habit of doing. This is a career felon who should have been rotting in a cell for the rest of his life. This is a guy who's never contributed anything worthwhile to society at any point in his life. Just a total drain on everybody around him all the time. At the time of this incident, he had just been released from a correctional institution in May on extended supervision for battery on a police officer, but he absconded. The police found him and yelled at him to drop the knife several times. They attempted to deploy a taser. An officer's injured by a knife. The officers opened fire and retrieved the knife from Ruiz's right hand.
Oh, look, a retard in chat moralizing. TRT turns your balls into a subscription service. That's like saying going to the grocery store and buying food turns your life into a subscription service. So are you against buying food? Do you get all your food from a fucking dumpster or like hunt and scavenge yourself? Do you have a job? Oh, a job turns your life into a subscription service, like or slavery. Oh, I have to like work to have a house and live. Like, it's just fucking retarded, dude. So guess what? Some people want to benefit from taking testosterone. moralizing and saying, now your masculinity is temporary and it's subscribed to. That's great. So cry about it somewhere else. TRT, testosterone, they obviously have fucking benefits, and if you want those benefits, then you pay for it. Nothing's free, so I don't know what the fuck your problem is.
And
like, yeah, just like cry about it somewhere else. You're clearly jealous and insecure about people who are getting benefits from it. So like, go fucking have your period somewhere else.
So this is maybe the least sympathetic case imaginable. Yet another case where the BLM martyr did everything in his power.
No, I don't do paid training advice anymore.
Literally everything he possibly
want.
could to escalate the situation until deadly force was necessary. Okay, this was a man with a death wish, and his wish was granted. And in a sane society, that's really all that needs to be said about it. The degenerate...
Do you think levels prior to blah, blah, blah are enough? Again, you can, like... I don't know what you mean by that. There's an insane amount of inter-individual difference. The only thing we know is that men with higher testosterone levels have better health outcomes. So it doesn't fucking matter if you're at the, like, the lower you are on the testosterone spectrum, the higher the likelihood you're going to have health problems.
Useless criminal got what he was asking for. That's fine. Let's move on. Okay, that really is the only response to something like this. That's the only rational response. You see a video like that, like, okay, well, total degenerate, useless criminal doing nothing but victimize.
Peter Thiel is pushing this stuff to create quasi-eunuch slave soldiers. Okay, so you ignored absolutely everything I said. Keep commenting dumb shit, you're banned. I really don't want to have to deal with fucking retards. Deal with it enough already, so if you're just going to be a dishonest fucktard and keep moralizing about bullshit, and for some reason you're not able to mind your own fucking business, then you're banned. So,
victimizing other people for his entire life, never contributed anything, constantly resisting arrest, assaulting police officers, and finally he takes it a step too far and gets shot. Okay. Oh well.
Yeah.
Moving on.
That's exactly
But instead,
my
we're supposed
take.
to be shocked by this turn of events and pretend that some grave injustice.
Well, by the way, this is all lefty commie brain rot. These are the people that want to abolish the police and everything that are pushing this crap. That's all this is. So, again, it's the same group of people that wants crime to be legalized, let all the criminals out of the prison system, abolish the police. Those are the people who are rallying around fucking degenerate shitheads like this.
This was done. Pretend that we're sad. Pretend that this is something really sad. Why is it sad exactly? Then we have the wailing bystanders, the bystanders who immediately conclude that this was a cold-blooded murder, which they were going to literally no matter what happened. It doesn't matter. Now, I'll repeat the most important fact here. He was armed with a deadly weapon while resisting arrest and injured an officer with that deadly weapon before he was shot. That's it. That's the end of the analysis. But of course, none of the facts matter when there's a BLM martyr to christen. In fact, Ruiz's ex-girlfriend, Marjorie Ann Alomar, told NBC News, quote, "There were many other ways that he could have been subdued, whether he had a knife or not."
Yeah, why don't these people do that? Go subdue somebody with a knife using non-lethal means. Go try it. Yeah, I don't think any of these cops want their guts slashed open.
Now, you might expect, that kind of brain-dead legal analysis from the kind...
Yeah, buddy, leaving the same comment over and over and over fucking again doesn't really do anything, all right? So if I'm not responding to it, means I either don't want to fucking answer it or I've already answered it before.
Kind of woman who would date a man like Corey Ruiz. The kind of woman who spends her entire life bouncing from one abusive deadbeat to another, and yet we're supposed to see her as a victim rather than an active participant in and cause of her own dysfunctional life. The problem is that the inane position Miss Alomar just presented is actually the official position of Ruiz's defense team, which includes a race hustler and Ben Crump disciple named Beivry Lamar. In their defense, if you can call it that, is that the officer should have kept using the taser when Ruiz produced a knife. Never mind the fact that he was indeed hit.
He was already hit with a taser. The taser was ineffective, and he's saying you should have risked your own life and got your throat slashed open using an ineffective, non-lethal weapon that clearly wasn't helping to subdue him.
With a taser before he was shot, and it didn't stop him from hurting the cops with the knife. The defense's position, in defiance of all available evidence, is that the taser alone would have been effective. And if the taser was not effective, then I guess the police officers just have to get stabbed. I guess they just have to offer themselves up to be butchered at that point.
Yep, that's what the lefties want.
That's according to the defense attorney. Watch.
The facts are, did he make any type of aggressive movements? Did he threaten someone?
Yeah, he had a knife. Like, what the fuck?
Did he threaten the officers? The
Yes, he pulled out a fucking knife.
answer is, I think, overwhelmingly no. I think that's what the evidence supports. Perhaps the taser was reasonable.
The taser was reasonable.
You know, she said taser, taser, taser. They used it. They didn't even wait 5 seconds to see the effect that the taser
If the taser was going to work, it would work instantly. It's electricity. It works very quick.
had on Corey. Not 5 seconds. You got 4 officers.
Guess what? It takes less than 5 seconds to have your throat slashed open.
You've already tased the guy. 2 people at least tased him. We have to wait on reports to confirm if there were more than 2 tasers. But they never even waited to see the effect of it. Instead, they resorted to deadly force.
Is this just the guy's family or something that are paying for this lawyer? Because I would be embarrassed. Like, you know, this is just lawyer bullshit. I'm getting paid, so I'll just make up whatever the fuck I can.
Now, I guess the idea is that as they were getting stabbed, the officers were supposed to try one more time with the taser. Even in the midst of actively being stabbed by a violent lunatic, the officers are supposed to refrain from using lethal force. They're supposed to willingly sacrifice.
Yeah, so I agree with Matt on that one. Fucking left wing.
Really, really care like we do, that are passionate about it. And people misinterpret my, me and, like I am, animated, but it's passion. I stay up at night. I'll lose sleep because I review medical records before I see these people. As soon as I get it, it might be days ahead of time, typically.
Yeah, me too.
And you are sitting there thinking.
Yeah, we'll definitely spend this next year. We're going to put something together because we need to help. There's people out there that really want to do a good job for their patients. They want to level up their knowledge. We want to level up our knowledge. I've always thought like the best way to learn something is to try to teach it. It's I've learned. I teach residents across multiple specialties, and they keep me on my toes. And there's no better way to keep up with things than to have to teach it. So it's I agree with you. I think we need to. There's just not that much quality education available. There is some, you mentioned Neil. I'll put a link, if you don't mind, I'll put a link to that conference.
I'll send
in the
it to
show
you.
notes. So you guys, if you're a physician, NP, PA, or just an interested person, I would strongly consider looking into anything that Dr. Neil Rouzier has put out. Right. He is the OG, one of the major big OGs.
OG, that's right.
And
that's right.
Yeah. So all credit to him. I know he's taught you.
James Cameron was going to make a Spider-Man movie. Weird. Yeah, the new BMG update. We got to play that in a minute.
Huge breaking news. The United States has revoked the sanction waivers that allowed the IRGC to do oil sales, which was a huge mistake because it allowed them to get money even before the 60-day negotiations. And the United States is currently striking the IRGC because, and I know this is going to be a big shock, the jihadis yet again broke the ceasefire and they've been continuing to attack tankers near the Strait of Hormuz. This happens as President Donald Trump departs for the NATO summit in Turkey. And Iran fired on 3 commercial vessels Tuesday in Omani territorial waters, or today, near the Strait of Hormuz, which a U.S. official described as a gross violation of the MOU requiring safe passage. 8 nautical miles east of the Ma Oman, the Qatari flagged vessel was struck. The UK MTO reported the attack at 9:19 p.m. That might have been Monday. That's UTC time zone, which ignited a fire with no casualties reported. And condemning the attack as a grave and explicit violation, the Qatari Foreign Ministry blamed the IRGC and demanded Tehran halt actions threatening regional security, holding the nation fully legally responsible for damages. And amid the funeral for Ayatollah Khamenei, Tehran has paused negotiations with the United States. President Trump stated that the United States would either reach a final deal with Iran.
Yeah, they should have just blown them all up to begin with. I don't know why they even fucked around. Somebody, I don't know if Trump just felt like he had the better idea, but that was just so fucking stupid. I don't know why they tried to negotiate with Iran to begin with. Obviously, they're just bad actors. All right, I'm just gonna go take a piss, and then we'll play some Beam and G and shit. I'll be right back. What is this? Not watching Boondocks, dude. Thanks for the donation. Yeah, sending me cartoon clips and shit is just stupid.
Is this a good program for a natty? It is of taper shoulders, traps, necks, lats, spires, rated 1 to 10.
There is very little fucking like, I'm assuming this is just for upper body. Like, I don't know what cable katana extensions are. What the fuck are croc rows? Well, for one thing, there's not like a whole lot of fucking volume for the targeted muscle groups. I also don't know why there's like, if this is just for upper body, there's like practically no back exercises. Like, what is this for exactly? There's just not that much actual training in here. And again, if this is supposed to be like some kind of shoulder program, you're barely training your fucking shoulders. So Monday, cable lateral raises, just 4 sets. Dumbbell overhead press. Okay, that's just 4 sets. Friday, upright rows, just 3 sets. And then Saturday, like, again, it's just 3 sets. And shoulder presses aren't even particularly great for building up your shoulders. Like, they're a good exercise, but it's weird that there's like this pressing bias and then there's only one lateral variation. So no, you're just not really training your shoulders that much, and you're not even really training your traps that much. Rate it 1 to 10, like I guess a 3. You're just not doing that much training. And again, if it's supposed to be like a bias for shoulders and traps, then why the fuck isn't there that much shoulder and trap training? Thanks for the donation, though, Blanket. This kitty wants to cuddle. I gotta play a racing game, though. Can't really cuddle right now. He is so handsome. I love this cat. He just spends all day with me. He's a really good kitty. Love him so much. Maybe I'll take you to the park tomorrow. You haven't been outside in your cat sack in a while. You want to go out in your cat sack and look around? Look how big and long he is. He's so big. Look at his big cat head. You can just tell he's big because of his big cat head. That's a big cat head. I didn't say I don't like the Boondocks. I said I'm just not reacting to fucking copyrighted, like, fucking cartoon shows and shit on stream. So all that fucking happens is the stream gets taken down, and then nobody can watch the entire stream because some fucking idiot wanted me to react to a fucking 10-year-old fucking cartoon show. Like why? Move, Gum Gum. Move away. Dude, I hate fucking wires. It's way too much wires for shit.
That program was the Toji program from Natural Hypertrophy. I just wanted your opinion on it. I ran for 3 months only. So I guess he is a retard and I should do something else. Thanks for the info. Appreciate the help.
Fuck. Yeah, buddy, it's natural hypertrophy. Like, what the fuck do you expect? The guy's a complete and utter fucking retard. Well, like, just look at the way the guy trains. He's lazy as fuck. He barely does any fucking, like, exercise variety. Doesn't train hard, doesn't push himself, and then, yeah, sure enough, when he writes a program, gets you to barely do anything. And then, he'll write the program like, oh, get fucking monster traps and delts like this anime character. Right, meanwhile, here I am, doing fucking 3-hour training sessions like you see my live streams. What, I do like 4 or 5 different fucking exercises for my shoulder in one session, for my shoulders in one session. And then I actually have delts like an anime character. So, like, what do you think horse shit like this is gonna get you when you only do one fucking lateral raise variation for an entire week? Yeah, natural hypertrophy is a complete and utter fucking retard. The way this guy gaslights people into thinking they don't need steroids to look like a fucking anime character, it's just crazy. So I just hate that guy for a wide variety of reasons. Just a fucking complete jackass. But yeah, get real. There's a reason why so many professional athletes, like, training is their full-time job. They spend hours and hours and hours training every fucking day because, like, guess what? if you want to be the biggest, strongest, baddest person on the fucking planet, you really have to fucking work hard for it. And on top of that, use steroids. But thanks, Blake. Hope that helps. I don't know if I'll write any training programs soon, but I'll definitely make some more training videos. You really, like, especially for hypertrophy, you really don't need any specific training program. You just have to make sensible decisions. So you just have to find a list of exercises for each muscle group that you like, don't injure yourself, that you respond well to. Train hard, like within a very close proximity of failure, and do an adequate amount of total training volume per week. And as long as you can do that, you technically don't really need like any kind of specific program. You can even swap around exercise variations from session to session. It's not that big of a deal. Like, it's not ideal, but yeah, whatever you fucking do, don't get advice from Natural Hypertrophy. The guy's a fucking idiot. So they just made a graphics update for this game, and I think they added some cars. I don't know if they have any new ones. Free roam tutorial. I don't know why. Let's just go to free roam, fuck around. I'm not sure if they added any new places. I'm also not sure if I need a mod for traffic. Grid map V2. That might actually be new. That actually looks sick. Autodrome? I was training my neck for a bit. I ended up having a lot of neck pain, but I'm going to get back to doing neck training. Yeah, rallying and BeamNG is fucking dope. It's the only game where you actually have a realistic rally experience where if you crash, like, you're absolutely fucked. Yeah, I'll try Hitman Blood Money eventually. I don't know if using the controller is easier for the menu. Yeah, I think it is. I think they changed the UI. That's for sure. Yeah, they added some new graphics options too. I know they added some other thing. It's like a dynamic light adjustment, and apparently you want to put it to like +1 for the exposure compensation. Okay, there are some new vehicles. I wonder if they fixed the F40. Is it still fucked? Yeah, it's still fucked. I totally forget how to change. No, that field of view is crazy. I don't know why the field of view is set that high. Eh. Crap. I fucked that up. How do you start the... I don't know if it has automatic engine restart. What the fuck is the engine restart? Fuck. Okay, whatever. Damn it, I fucked it up again. Shit, starting. There we go. Oh no. Ah! Oh my god. Dude, that's like fucking impossible. Is this still gonna drive? No, that's not. That's dead. I don't know if there's a better car for this. Probably is. Let's see. Oh! Did you see that? Fuck. You gotta admit. That was pretty fucking sick, right? Oh, wrong button. Oh shit. That last part is really hard. Really hard. Fuck yeah, dude, I'm the chosen one. Made the whole fucking loop. That was actually pretty badass. Oh, what the hell's going on there? What's your kitty up to? Sequential. Sequential. Let's fuck up the game. Or does it take, I don't know why that's doing that. Yeah, why is it doing that? That's really weird. Let's just try reloading it. Oh wait, no. Would you choose anime hair or $1 million? Definitely $1 million. Technically, I do have anime hair, just for only bald characters. Oh, does this have a problem with loading traffic for some reason? Yeah, I think it's got some weird bug for traffic loading. What a fucking asshole. Oh my god. I don't know. I have no idea what the fuck its problem is. Fuck it. Let's, They do have the new update for Assetto Corsa. Haven't played Forza Horizon in a while. Just load up Horizon, just fuck around in that. I want to play a free roam game. Lancia and the Huracan Spider look really good.
Welcome back, rookie.
Oh, crap. You changed the perspective again. car has a very high, like, tall gear in third. I don't usually play VR games because it's very hard to set up for stream. If there's a really good big new VR game that comes out, then I'll play VR, but yeah, there also hasn't been that many new releases either, so... JDM dream car, it'd have to be like was it the Mark IV Supra? Like the good one? Not the new, like, BMW. I didn't realize this was dirt road. Okay. The AI traffic in this game is a little stupid, but what are you gonna do? Let's go there.
Turn around when it is safe to do so.
I like the look of the WRX. Like, if we're talking about the old one, the new ones are just fucking piles of crap.
In 400 yards, turn right. Turn right. In 100 yards, turn right.
Oh no. Oh no.
In 400 yards, turn sharp left. Turn sharp left.
Ah, fuck. Damn it.
In 400 yards, turn left. Turn left. In 400 yards, turn right.
Here's the thing again.
Turn right. You have arrived at your destination.
They're bashing into me like fucking crazy. Oh my god, why? Oh, why? What does it mean checkpoint missed? What the fuck happened? It's a fucking... It's a track. like that little car.
Okay, rookie, what do you want to do?
Drag racing. Stunt party. Kind of want to try the drifting. I don't know if that has anything to do with drifting.
Hey, looks like we're well on our way to the next Horizon Showcase event. I had some rumors about what we might be up against, and that mech in the festival site is starting to look really suspicious.
In 100 yards, turn left. In 400 yards, turn right. In 200 yards, turn right. Turn right.
Hey, you made it to a stunt party. Just sign up, get ready, and we will find a space for you.
In 400 yards, turn sharp right. Turn sharp right.
I didn't mean to do that.
In 400 yards, turn left. Turn left.
Oh crap, that turn came away fucking screen color.
In 200 yards, turn left. Turn left. In 100 yards, turn sharp right.
Insatiable urge to go fast, but less urge to steer. Hit up the drag meet.
You have arrived at your destination.
I guess that's the fastest car I have. Fourth? How is that fourth? There we go.
Tollgate is a fast-paced, head-to-head race along twisting mountain roads. Use every opportunity to get ahead, then defend your position.
Oh, is this multiplayer? Ugh, there's probably going to be a train wreck. Oh crap, I can't see. Okay. He was driving like a retard too, but you know, whatever. It is very hard driving in first person.
Mentioned a Ford GT abandoned along the coast here. Check the clue.
I'm fucking tired. Yeah, it's like 4 in the morning. Oh. Oh, shit. Yeah, it's time for me to get to bed. Well, I hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. We're going to be doing a workout stream tomorrow, so that'll probably be in the afternoon. But I have to go out and get a new coin cell battery for the shifter on my bike. And probably some groceries, tofu, but once that's done, I'll come back, do a workout. It'll be chest, shoulders, triceps. And, yeah, normal stream later as usual. But thanks again, everybody. Sweet dreams, and I'll see you all tomorrow.